welcome you to the inaugural edition of Firstpost Defence Summit, the Future Forward. Now, we're meeting today at a time when the world is facing two wars, multiple conflicts, and sharpened geopolitical fault lines. Over the next few hours, we're going to explore this global moment and the path forward with several eminent individuals and thinkers. But before we proceed further, I'd like to thank all of our associate partners, UPEIDA, UPDIC, Bharat Electronics, Naval Group, along with our knowledge partners, DRDO, Aeronautical Society of India, Vivekananda International Foundation, Technology Development Board, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, and the United Service Institution of India, and lastly, our on-ground partner, Vedanta Sterlite Copper. Now, without further ado, join me in welcoming Firstpost Managing Editor, Palki Sharma.
Namaskar. Thank you all for joining us on this very special Saturday. Before we begin our Defence Summit, I want to briefly talk about why we are hosting it now. India is reshaping its defence story. It has now emerged as a global player in defence, in the defence sector, and turbocharging this transformation from an importer to a defence manufacturer is our Make in India initiative, a campaign championed by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It comes at a complicated time. The world is facing a raft of headwinds, with wars raging in Europe and West Asia, and conflicts that are metastasizing with each passing day. There's tension on land and turbulence at sea. We all know of the problems, and there are many, but what's the way forward? Today, Firstpost has brought together geopolitical strategists from across the world in this one-of-a-kind summit to help us chart and understand the roadmap for the future. We'll discuss common challenges, Atmanirbhar Bharat's defense journey, and the elephant in the room, or shall I say war room, artificial intelligence. What are the implications of militarizing AI? And will it be a Faustian bargain? We'll delve into these exigent issues with our eminent panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, sit back and enjoy what promises to be a cracker of a summit.
The world is changing, and the need for self-reliance echoes louder than ever. From the skies to the seas, from cutting-edge tech to unwavering resolve, India is modernizing its defense with the help of private players, startups, and international alliances. What are the opportunities and challenges ahead? How will politics shape strategic choices? And what role will artificial intelligence play in the future of war? India's defense leadership, heads of state, policy architects, and strategic experts come together in the first of its kind Defence Summit.
These are tough times to be a policymaker or public servant. Even more so if you're in charge of the defense of 1.4 billion Indians and surrounded by strategic challenges. Yet, Shri Rajnath Singh has made it work. As Defence Minister, he has led the country through many challenges. He has introduced reforms that have turned our military into a diverse and even more powerful force. His push for self-reliance is turning India into a reliable maker of sophisticated weapons, and he's done all of this in his typical style, with grace, resolve, and conviction. As Defence Minister, Shri Rajnath Singh has always put his soldiers first. But as a stalwart politician and grassroots leader, he also understands public sentiment. Since 2019, when he took charge, he has melded these two attributes. We see that in the rising number of women who are now joining the Indian military. We also see that in the growing partnership between the military and local weapons manufacturers. Sir, your leadership and vision are more important today than ever before, because warfare and defense as we know it are changing. Battlefields are becoming digital, enemies are becoming smarter, and geopolitical alliances are shifting. In this context, All of us are excited to hear more about India's military and strategic roadmap, so I won't keep you all waiting. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the keynote speaker and chief guest for our inaugural Defence Summit, India's Defence Minister, Shri Rajnath Singh.
Shri Rahul Joshi, Managing Director and Group Editor-in-Chief, Network 18. Shri Santosh Menon, Chief Content Officer, Network 18. Susri Palki Sharma, Managing Editor, Firstpost. सबसे पहले मैं तो आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि इस नेटवर्क 18 और फर्स्टपोस्ट से जुड़े हुए इस कार्यक्रम में आप सब लोगों ने मुझे आमंत्रित किया है। साथियों, पिछले कुछ वर्षों में फर्स्टपोस्ट ने जनता में जिस तरीके से अपनी रीच बढ़ाई है और दर्शकों को अपने से जोड़ा है और उनकी आवाज बनकर यह उभरा है, उसके लिए आप सभी निश्चित रूप से बधाई के पात्र हैं। बहुत ही कम समय में अपनी बढ़ती क्रेडिबिलिटी, विश्वसनीयता के चलते फर्स्टपोस्ट लोगों के बीच उनका अपना चैनल बनकर उभरा है। आपके माध्यम से मैं बड़ी संख्या में देश की जनता से रूबरू हो रहा हूं इस समय। इसके लिए भी मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथियों, वैसे तो यह पूरा समिट भारत की डिफेंस कैपेबिलिटीज और भविष्य में डिफेंस सेक्टर के सामने उत्पन्न होने वाले चैलेंजेस तथा पॉसिबिलिटीज के बारे में है, पर एक रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते मैं रक्षा संबंधित इन मुद्दों पर तो आपसे बात करूंगा ही, लेकिन मैं समझता हूं कि किसी भी देश का डिफेंस सेक्टर वैक्यूम में ग्रो नहीं करता। यदि किसी राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा में कोई वृद्धि होती है, चुस्ती आती है, तो वह वृद्धि सिर्फ सुरक्षा में ही नहीं होती है, बल्कि सारे सेक्टर्स में एक साथ होती है और सारे ही सेक्टर्स विकास के क्रम में एक दूसरे के ऊपर निर्भर भी करते हैं। आइसोलेशन में कुछ भी ग्रो नहीं होता। इसलिए मैं डिफेंस सेक्टर के अलावा बाकी क्षेत्रों पर भी आपसे यहां कुछ बात करना चाहूंगा। साथियों, जब नेशनल सिक्योरिटी मजबूत होती है तो स्वाभाविक रूप से वह एक ब्रॉडर गवर्नेंस का हिस्सा होती है। अर्थात जब किसी देश की इकोनॉमी में वृद्धि होती है, जब आपके फिजिकल और डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में वृद्धि होती है, जब आपकी सामाजिक और राजनीतिक शक्ति में वृद्धि होती है, जब आपके नागरिकों की क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ में वृद्धि होती है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से आपकी राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा में भी वृद्धि यह देखने को मिलती है। अतः भारत के सर्वांगीण विकास पर, यानी भारत के कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव डेवलपमेंट पर बात किए बिना उसकी सुरक्षा मात्र पर बात करना कहीं न कहीं मैं मानता हूं यह अधूरा ही समझा जाएगा। इसलिए आज मैं आप लोगों के समक्ष देश की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था, रक्षा, औद्योगिक क्षेत्र आदि की तो बात करूंगा ही, साथ ही साथ मैं आप लोगों के सामने यह बात भी रखना चाहूंगा कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार तथा पहले की गैर भाजपा सरकारों के बीच मौलिक अंतर यानी मूल अंतर क्या है। साथियों, बहुत अधिक भूमिका में न जाते हुए मैं सीधे अपनी बात पर आऊं तो यह मूल अंतर है शॉर्ट टर्मिज्म और लॉन्ग टर्मिज्म में से। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा लॉन्ग टर्मिज्म और लॉन्ग टर्म गेन को यह बराबर प्रायोरिटी दी गई है। मैं इस पर थोड़ा डिटेल में चर्चा करता हूं। आप सब जानते हैं कि भारत में हर 5 वर्ष में लोकसभा के चुनाव होते हैं। अब सामान्यतः सरकारों का यह काम करने का तरीका होता है कि वो कुछ इस प्रकार से काम करती हैं, अपनी पॉलिसी डिजाइन करती हैं ताकि उस पॉलिसी का अगले 5 साल के अंदर अंदर यानी क्विक आउटकम जल्दी आ सके और उस आउटकम के आधार पर वो सरकार जनता के बीच वापस जाकर वोट मांग सकें। और ये क्विक आउटकम पर फोकस करना ही ये शॉर्ट टर्मिज्म है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। यदि कोई ऐसा रिफॉर्म है जो शॉर्ट टर्म में भले ही गेन न दे रहा हो किंतु लॉन्ग टर्म में देश के लिए व समाज के लिए बहुत फायदेमंद हो, फिर भी सामान्यतः सरकारें डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम में हर 5 वर्ष में आने वाले चुनावों के कारण उस रिफॉर्म को करने से बचती हैं। अक्सर उन्हीं चीजों पर फोकस किया जाता है, उन्हीं योजनाओं को लागू किया जाता है जो शॉर्ट टर्म गेन दे सकें। और साथियों, यह शॉर्ट टर्मिज्म की समस्या सिर्फ भारत जैसे देश में ही नहीं है, मैं जानता हूं, बल्कि दुनिया के कई जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज हैं उनमें भी यदि नजर डालें तो यह समस्या आपको देखने को मिलेगी। जैसे आप यूएस यानी अमेरिका का उदाहरण लीजिए, वैसे तो वहां प्रत्येक 4 वर्ष पर ही राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव होता है, लेकिन अमेरिका के द्विवार्षिक चुनावी प्रणाली है क्योंकि हाउस ऑफ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के सारे सदस्यों और साथ ही साथ सीनेट के कुछ सदस्यों का प्रत्येक 2 वर्षों पर वहां चुनाव होता है। हर वक्त चुनावी मोड में रहने के कारण वहां भी सरकार के द्वारा बहुत ही पॉपुलिस्ट यानी लोक लुभावन जो योजनाएं होती हैं, उन योजनाओं को शॉर्ट टर्म को ध्यान में रखते हुए सरकारों के द्वारा लागू किया जाता है। वहां भी वैसी योजनाओं पर फोकस किया जा रहा है, वहां भी वैसी ही योजनाओं पर फोकस किया जा रहा है जो क्विक आउटकम दे सकें। इस शॉर्ट टर्म गेन पर ध्यान देने के कारण वहां जिस तरीके से बड़े पैमाने पर खर्च हो रहा है और जिस तेजी से वहां फिस्कल डेफिसिट बढ़ा है, उससे वहां के बड़े बड़े इकोनॉमिस्ट भी इस समय गंभीर रूप से चिंतित हैं। शॉर्ट टर्मिज्म और लॉन्ग टर्मिज्म के मुद्दे पर हमें यूरोप का भी उदाहरण देखने को मिलता है। हम सब जानते हैं कि यूरोप एक डेवलप्ड कॉन्टिनेंट है, वहां अधिकांश देश काफी डेवलप्ड हैं, लेकिन उन डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज की इकोनॉमी का अध्ययन जब आप करेंगे तो एक बहुत ही बारीक चीज पर आपका ध्यान स्वाभाविक रूप से जाएगा। उन डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज में खासकर फ्रांस, इटली और यूके जैसे जो रिच कंट्रीज मानी जाती हैं, वहां भी पिछले कुछ समय में प्रोडक्टिविटी ग्रोथ काफी स्टंटेड रही है, क्योंकि वहां प्रोडक्टिविटी को बूस्ट करने के लिए जो कठोर निर्णय लिए जाने चाहिए थे, जितना लॉन्ग टर्म गेन पर ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए था, वह नहीं किया गया। इन विकसित देशों में जैसा डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार किया जाना चाहिए था, वह काफी देर तक नहीं किया गया। अब डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की दिशा में भारत की सफलता को देखकर यूरोप डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में तेजी लाने की दिशा में अब धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ रहा है। अब भारत की वर्तमान स्थिति का उदाहरण हम देखते हैं। यहां भी हर 5 वर्ष पर लोकसभा के चुनाव होते हैं और लगभग प्रत्येक 8 महीने 10 महीने पर आपको किसी न किसी राज्य में विधानसभा का चुनाव होता हुआ नजर आता है। हम चाहते तो हम भी वही कर सकते थे जो भारत में पुरानी सरकारों द्वारा अब तक किया जाता रहा, लेकिन हमारी सरकार की विकासात्मक सोच के कारण हमने कभी भी चुनावी मजबूरी की वजह से पार्टी को जिताने की मंशा से शॉर्ट टर्म कंप्रोमाइज नहीं किए। जहां एक तरफ यूएसए जैसी डेवलप्ड नेशंस में फिस्कल पॉलिसीज उनके नियंत्रण से बाहर हो गई, वहीं भारत में कोरोना जैसी महामारी के बावजूद सरकार ने फिस्कल डिसिप्लिन का पूरी तरह से पालन किया है। साथियों, अनेक ऐसे कार्य किए गए जहां हमारी सरकार ने शॉर्ट टर्म को नहीं बल्कि लॉन्ग टर्म को ध्यान में रखकर काम किया है। भले ही उसके लिए शॉर्ट टर्म पेन उठाना पड़ा, लेकिन जो काम राष्ट्र के हित में था तथा समाज के लॉन्ग टर्म हित में था, उस काम से ही प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा कभी कंप्रोमाइज नहीं किया गया। जैसे आप देखिए जीएसटी रिफॉर्म, जीएसटी रिफॉर्म को लेकर कितना शोर शराबा था, लेकिन इस जीएसटी रिफॉर्म जब लेकर हमारी सरकार आई तो कुछ समय तक व्यापारियों को परेशानी हुई, इसे मैं मानता हूं। कुछ समय तक एडजस्ट करने में भी समस्या हुई और वह शॉर्ट टर्म पेन हुआ, लेकिन उसके बाद से जो लॉन्ग टर्म गेन जीएसटी में देखने को मिला है, आज जिस तरीके से जीएसटी कलेक्शन बढ़ रहे हैं, आज जिस तरीके से व्यापारियों को सुविधा हो रही है, वह राष्ट्र के हित में है। आज इकॉनमी का डिजिटाइजेशन हुआ है, ब्लैक मनी में कमी आई है, इससे अर्थव्यवस्था को एक संरचनात्मक मजबूती मिली है, स्ट्रक्चरल एक उसमें मजबूती आई है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा ही लॉन्ग टर्म गेन पर ध्यान दिया है। हमने हेल्थ एंड एजुकेशन जैसे की सेक्टर में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल डेवलपमेंट पर ध्यान दिया है और एक तरफ हमने जहां हमारी नई पीढ़ी को शैक्षणिक रूप से सशक्त करने के लिए नई शिक्षा नीति को इंट्रोड्यूस किया है, तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ एजुकेशन सेक्टर में फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमने करीब 400 नई यूनिवर्सिटीज, 7 नए आईआईटीज और 7 नए आईआईएम्स भी इस्टेब्लिश किए हैं। इसके अलावा पीएम श्री योजना के तहत करीब 15,000 स्कूलों में फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को अपग्रेड इस समय किया जा रहा है। एजुकेशन सेक्टर के अलावा आप हेल्थ सेक्टर की ओर यदि ध्यान दें तो आप पाएंगे कि हमने आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत एक तरफ जहां देश के करीब 12 करोड़ परिवारों को 5 लाख तक का सालाना हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस कवर प्रोवाइड किया है, तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ बच्चों और महिलाओं में पोषण स्तर को बढ़ावा देने के लिए पोषण अभियान भी हम लोगों ने प्रारंभ किया है। इस देश के गरीबों को समर्पित स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र में की अनेक योजनाएं हैं, जिनका इस मंच पर यदि मैं जिक्र करने लग जाऊं तो सिर्फ योजनाओं का ही के जिक्र में ही पूरा समय निकल जाएगा। साथियों, हमने सिर्फ योजनाओं में ही नहीं बल्कि हेल्थ सेक्टर में फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की मजबूती पर विशेष ध्यान दिया है। आज भारत में एम्स की संख्या 20 से अधिक पहुंचने वाली है। देश के कोने कोने में प्रधानमंत्री जन औषधि केंद्र स्थापित किए गए हैं, जहां मरीजों को अत्यंत ही सस्ते दामों पर जेनेरिक मेडिसिन उपलब्ध कराई जा रही है। आप सबको भी जानकारी होगी कि जन औषधि केंद्रों पर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 70 to 80% कम कीमत पर मेडिसिन लोगों को उपलब्ध हो रही है। साथियों, शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य जैसे क्षेत्र में जब इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात की जाती है तो कई सारे इन्वेस्टमेंट ऐसे भी देखने को मिलते हैं जो आपको लॉन्ग टर्म गेन देते हैं। जैसे शिक्षा में आप ज्यादातर इन्वेस्टमेंट बच्चों पर करते हैं और हेल्थ में आप ज्यादातर इन्वेस्टमेंट जच्चा बच्चा पर करते हैं, यानी जो इन्फेंट हैं और उनकी मदर हैं उन पर आप करते हैं। अब जाहिर सी बात है, उन पर किए गए किसी भी इन्वेस्टमेंट का आपको त्वरित लाभ तो नहीं मिलेगा, वह लाभ तो आपको देश के सामाजिक संरचना में भी कुछ समय के बाद परिलक्षित होना प्रारंभ होगा। इसलिए शिक्षा व स्वास्थ्य जैसे क्षेत्रों में हमारे यह सारे प्रयास शॉर्ट टर्म में शायद उतने लाभ न दिखा पाएं, लेकिन लॉन्ग टर्म में यह देश की आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए तथा इस राष्ट्र के लिए अत्यंत ही लाभकारी हैं। साथियों, इसके अलावा शॉर्ट टर्म गेन की जब बात आती है तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट का जिक्र भी स्वाभाविक रूप से आता ही है। यदि कोई सरकार शॉर्ट टर्म गेन पर ध्यान देती है तो वह उन इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट्स पर ज्यादा ध्यान देती है जिसका आउटकम तुरंत मिलने वाला हो। वैसी सरकार कोई भी बड़े इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट पर काम शायद ही करती है जिसका आउटकम 5 साल, 10 साल या 15 साल बाद मिलने वाला हो। अब चूंकि आप देखते हैं कि भारत में हर 8 महीने 10 महीने पर किसी न किसी राज्य में चुनाव होते रहते हैं हर 5 वर्षों पर लोकसभा के चुनाव भी होते हैं। तो इन चुनावों के मद्देनजर रखते हुए शॉर्ट टर्म इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट पर ज्यादा फोकस किया जाता है और लॉन्ग टर्म इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट्स को सामान्यतः इग्नोर किया जाता है, जैसा कि भारत में पिछली सरकारों के समय यह देखने को मिलता था। लेकिन हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार का यह क्लियर विजन रहा है कि हमें देश में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करना है और अगली पीढ़ी को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमको बिल्ड करना है। और साथियों, हम सागरमाला योजना की यहां भी चर्चा करना चाहेंगे। हम सागरमाला योजना के साथ आए, पीएम गति शक्ति योजना के साथ आए, नेशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पाइपलाइन के साथ आए, जो सिर्फ 5 सालों के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि आने वाले 20-25 वर्षों के लिए भारत के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट का मार्गदर्शन यह प्रदान कर रहा है। साथियों, इसके अलावा बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म्स की भी बात मैं आप सबके सामने करना चाहूंगा। जैसा कि आप सब जानते हैं कि पुरानी सरकारों में जिस तरीके से भाई भतीजावाद को ध्यान में रखते हुए बैंक्स के द्वारा लोन डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किए गए और जिस तरीके से बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन किया गया, उससे सिर्फ बैंक में एनपीओ को बढ़ावा दिया बल्कि बैंकिंग सेक्टर को एक तरह से फ्रेजाइल सिचुएशन में लाकर खड़ा कर दिया। आप सबको जानकारी होगी कि 2018 में यह एनपीए रेशियो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 11.18% था, जो 23 में आकर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 3.1% पहुंच गया। यहां तक कि हमारी इकॉनमी फ्रेजाइल 5 में आ गई थी। वहां से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को फेबुलस 5 में लाकर खड़ा कर दिया है। साथियों, इसके बावजूद हमारी सरकार के द्वारा जिस तरीके से बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किया गया, उससे शॉर्ट टर्म पेन तो हुआ। कुछ समय के लिए जो पाबंदियां लगाई गई, उससे व्यवस्था को अनुकूल बनने में समय तो लगा, किंतु आज हम उस लॉन्ग टर्म गेन उसमें देख रहे हैं। और आज बैंकों की एनपीए की समस्या मैं यदि कहूं कि लगभग समाप्त हो गई है, तो यह कहना भी एग्जैजरेशन नहीं होगा। आज क्रेडिट ऑफटेक में गजब का जंप सा आया है। आज न सिर्फ प्राइवेट बैंक्स बल्कि पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स भी फ्रेजाइल सिचुएशन से निकलकर प्रॉफिटेबल सिचुएशन में पहुंच चुके हैं। साथियों, बैंकिंग व्यवस्था से ही जुड़ी हुई एक और बात जो हमारे जहन में आ रही है कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सरकार में आने के साथ ही जनधन योजना के माध्यम से लोगों को बैंकों से जोड़ने का काम प्रारंभ किया, तो विपक्ष के द्वारा संसद में और अलग अलग मंचों पर हमारा मजाक उड़ाया गया और यह कहा गया कि जीरो बैलेंस में खाता खोलना एक तरह से बैंक्स के रिसोर्सेस की बर्बादी है और शुरुआत में जनधन खाताओं के त्वरित लाभ हमें देखने को नहीं मिले, लेकिन लॉन्ग टर्म में उसका लाभ हमें बहुत देखने को मिला है। मैं एक घटना की आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूं। किसी प्रधानमंत्री की मैं आलोचना कभी नहीं करता हूं और जब मैं जिस विषय की चर्चा करने जा रहा हूं उसमें किसी प्रधानमंत्री की आलोचना करने की मेरी मंशा भी नहीं है। लेकिन तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी जी ने एक बार अपनी मजबूरी को व्यक्त करते हुए यह कहा था कि मैं क्या करूं, ऊपर से मैं 100 पैसा भेजता हूं नीचे, लेकिन नीचे पहुंचते पहुंचते बामुश्किल जो भी लाभार्थी होते हैं उनको केवल 14 पैसा मिल पाता है। लेकिन डीबीटी सिस्टम से हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने वह करिश्मा किया कि आज 100 पैसा यदि ऊपर से चलता है तो पूरा 100 का 100 पैसा लोगों के पास पहुंचता है। करप्शन को हम मिनिमाइज करना चाहते हैं। करप्शन को रूट आउट करने की बात अभी मैं नहीं कर रहा हूं। करप्शन को मिनिमाइज करना चाहते हैं तो केवल भाषण देकर करप्शन को मिनिमाइज नहीं किया जा सकता, बल्कि इसलिए सिस्टम में चेंजेज लाने पड़ेंगे। वो सिस्टम में चेंज लाने का काम हमारी सरकार ने किया है और आज डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर के माध्यम से गरीबों का सरकार से सीधा जुड़ाव हो रहा है। जो लोग इस सरकार का तथा सरकार के माध्यम से अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से देश के गरीबों का उपहास कर रहे थे, उनके द्वारा उड़ाए गए उन तमाम मजाकों का जवाब इस देश की जनता ने दिया है। आम जनता न सिर्फ बैंकिंग व्यवस्था से जुड़ी है बल्कि जैम ट्रिनिटी के माध्यम से देश की जनता डिजिटल लेन देन से प्रभावी तरीके से जुड़ रही है। न सिर्फ जुड़ी है, बल्कि हम डिजिटल लेन देन के मामले में दुनिया में नंबर वन देश बन गए हैं। दुनिया की डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज में भी हमसे डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन के बारे में अब सीख रही हैं। अब यूपीआई के बारे में आप जानते हैं, अब हमारे इस यूपीआई को इसमें वैश्विक मान्यता धीरे धीरे प्राप्त होनी प्रारंभ हो चुकी है। साथियों, एक रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते और रक्षा क्षेत्र में भी शॉर्ट टर्म गेन की बजाय लॉन्ग टर्म गेन पर ध्यान देने वाले कुछ उदाहरण मैं आप लोगों से साझा करना चाहूंगा। जब हमने डीएमए की स्थापना की, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ मिलिट्री अफेयर्स की स्थापना की और चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ यानी सीडीएस के पद का सृजन किया, तो कई लोगों के द्वारा यह कहा गया कि सीडीएस की स्थापना से कुछ समय तक सेनाओं में उथल पुथल रहेगी, कोऑर्डिनेशन उस तरह से शायद न बन पाए जिस तरह की अपेक्षा रखकर इस पद को क्रिएट किया गया। लेकिन हम जानते थे कि इस पद से लॉन्ग टर्म में भारत की तीनों सेनाओं और सरकार के मध्य जो कोऑर्डिनेशन है वह और स्मूथली संभव हो पाएगा, ऐसा हम लोगों का विश्वास था। इसलिए हमने शॉर्ट टर्म पेन की बजाय लॉन्ग टर्म गेन पर ध्यान दिया। साथियों, हमने आर्मी, नेवी और एयरफोर्स की इंटीग्रेशन पर ध्यान दिया। जो पुराना ढर्रा चला रहा था उसमें तीनों ही सेनाएं अलग अलग काम करती थी। इनके बीच कोलैबोरेशन सामान्यतः जितना होना चाहिए उतना देखने को नहीं मिलता था, जिस वजह से विपरीत परिस्थितियों में एक दूसरे के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करने में स्वाभाविक रूप से थोड़ी समस्या आती थी। हमने जब इंटीग्रेशन पर ध्यान दिया तो शॉर्ट टर्म में थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट अवश्य था, इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं है, क्योंकि यह लीक से हटकर किया गया काम था। लेकिन अब आप देखिए चीजें किस तरीके से बेहतर हो रही हैं और आने वाले समय में यदि भारत किसी भी प्रकार की स्थिति से गुजरता है तो उसके पास तीनों सेनाओं के बीच में बेहतर कोऑर्डिनेशन और इंटीग्रेशन देखने को मिलेगा, यह बात मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं। इसके अलावा डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में यदि आप देखें तो जब हमने हथियारों की पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनस लिस्ट तैयार की और इस बात की ओर हम आगे बढ़े कि भारत के सैनिकों के हाथों में भारत में बने ही प्रोडक्ट्स होंगे, इस पर भी कुछ लोगों के द्वारा यह सवाल उठाए गए कि हमारे यहां बने प्रोडक्ट्स वर्ल्ड क्लास के नहीं होंगे, विश्व स्तरीय नहीं होंगे। हालांकि मैं उनकी बातों से पूरी तरह से असहमत हूं, लेकिन इसके बावजूद मैं उन्हें कहना चाहूंगा कि यदि हम अपने मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को मौका ही नहीं देंगे तो वह अपने प्रोडक्ट की क्वालिटी को कैसे इंप्रूव कर पाएंगे। और प्रारंभ में हमें कुछ दिक्कतें आई, इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं है। शॉर्ट टर्म पेन हुआ, लेकिन सेना की मजबूती और डिफेंस सेक्टर की सेल्फ रिलायंस, डिफेंस सेक्टर की आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए हमने इस शॉर्ट टर्म पेन के बजाय देश के लॉन्ग टर्म गेन पर ही हम लोगों ने ध्यान दिया। साथियों, हमारी सरकार में लॉन्ग टर्म गेन को ध्यान में रखकर डिफेंस सेक्टर में हुए जो कुछ चेंजेज हैं, जब आप बारीकी से उसका आकलन करेंगे तो आपको कई ऐसी चीजें भी देखने को मिलेंगी जो अपने आप में बहुत ही आश्चर्यजनक हैं। आप देखेंगे कि पिछले कुछ वर्षों में हमने इंडिया के डिफेंस सेक्टर को कितने रेडिकल रूप से चेंज किया है। हमने आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प के साथ, यह हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर का, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन था, भारत आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प के साथ डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में भारत को सेल्फ रिलायंट बनाने की दिशा में प्रभावी तरीके से हम लोगों ने काम किया है और उसका आउटपुट मिलना भी प्रारंभ हो गया है। हम पहली ऐसी सरकार हैं जिसने हथियारों के इंपोर्ट पर खुद के लिए ही प्रतिबंध लगाया है। अब बस कल्पना करके देखिए कि शॉर्ट टर्म में किसी भी राष्ट्र के लिए कितना पेनफुल है यदि वह राष्ट्र आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर अपने कदम बढ़ाने के लिए कुछ हथियारों के इंपोर्ट पर ही प्रतिबंध लगा दे। यह हमारे लिए शॉर्ट टर्म में डिफिकल्ट अवश्य था, लेकिन वह चुनौती अब धीरे धीरे अवसर में बदल रही है तथा भारत का सूरज विश्व के रक्षा औद्योगिक पटल पर अब पूरी तरह से धीरे धीरे उभरना अब प्रारंभ किया है। साथियों, अब भारत की रक्षा औद्योगिक क्षेत्र, डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, भारत का डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर तेजी के साथ सेल्फ रिलायंस की ओर कदम बढ़ा चुका है और हमारे सैनिकों के हाथों में अब जो हथियार आ रहे हैं वो हमारे देश की धरती पर बने हैं और हमारे देशवासियों के हाथों से बने हैं। साथियों, हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेज ने पांच जो पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट जारी की है, जिसके तहत 500 ऐसे हमारे सिस्टम और इक्विपमेंट हैं जिनको हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है और यह फैसला किया है चाहे जो भी हो उसका निर्माण, उसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भारत में होगी और भारतवासियों के हाथों से होगी। इसके अतिरिक्त हमने डिफेंस पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग्स के लिए भी 4 पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट भी जारी की है, जिसके तहत 4606 और लाइन रिप्लेसमेंट यूनिट्स आइडेंटिफाई किए गए, जिसका निर्माण हमारे देश में ही और हमारे देशवासियों के हाथों से ही होगा। साथियों, हमारी गवर्नमेंट का यह मानना है कि कोई भी सेना सिर्फ दूसरे देशों के रिसोर्सेज पर अपने राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा पूरी तरह से नहीं कर सकती है। इसलिए हमने आत्मनिर्भरता के विभिन्न कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से यह इंश्योर करने का प्रयास किया है कि हमारे सैनिकों के लिए रक्षा संबंधित साजो सामान का उत्पादन भारत में ही हो। और मुझे बताते हुए बेहद खुशी हो रही है कि हमारे यह प्रयास अब रंग ला रहे हैं। आज भारत का डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन 1 लाख करोड़ सालाना के आंकड़े को पार कर चुका है। इस समय अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 1,08,000 मोर देन 1,08,000 करोड़ तक पहुंच चुका है। साथियों, हमने मेक इन इंडिया और डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर्स जैसे इनिशिएटिव्स के माध्यम से यह इंश्योर किया कि हम भारतीय सेनाओं के लिए अत्याधुनिक हथियार भारत में ही निर्मित करें, यदि संभव हो तो हम उसका एक्सपोर्ट भी करें। और जब हमने डिफेंस सेक्टर में एक्सपोर्ट की ओर ध्यान देने की बात की, तब हमारे इस प्लान को कई लोगों ने बहुत ही शंका की दृष्टि से देखा और ये कहा कि संभव नहीं है। और इसलिए कहा क्योंकि भारत का रक्षा औद्योगिक क्षेत्र कभी भी एक्सपोर्ट के लिए कभी नहीं जाना जाता था। इंपोर्ट के लिए तो जाना जाता था, लेकिन एक्सपोर्ट के लिए कभी नहीं जाना जाता था। हम तो हमेशा आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट इंपोर्ट करने के लिए जाने जाते थे, एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए नहीं। आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट खुद अपने ही देश में बनाकर और उसे दूसरे देशों को एक्सपोर्ट करना, यह एक ऐसा काम था जिसे करने के लिए आपको अपने कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर निकलना होता है। लेकिन पुरानी सरकारों ने इस कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर निकलने का कभी भी प्रयास ही नहीं किया और वह शॉर्ट टर्म गेन की ओर ही अपना ध्यान बराबर लगाती रही। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री जी की लीडरशिप में हमारी सरकार ने इस कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर निकलकर भारत को रक्षा औद्योगिक क्षेत्र में, डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में एक्सपोर्टर्स की लिस्ट में भी ऊपर तक ले जाने की योजना बनाई। और आज आप देख सकते हैं कि हम अपने उन प्रयासों में सफल भी हुए, जिसे इस आंकड़े से समझा जा सकता है कि आज से 7-8 साल पहले डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स का एनुअल एक्सपोर्ट, जहां कुल जमा 1000 करोड़ भी रुपए भी नहीं हुआ करता था, लेस देन 1000 करोड़ था भारत में एक्सपोर्ट डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स का, वह आज लगभग 20,000 करोड़ रुपए पहुंच गया है। यह मैं 5-6 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूं जी। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 900 या 1000 या 1100 करोड़ था, आज वो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 20,000 करोड़ रुपए पहुंच गया है। हम एक समय दुनिया में हथियारों के सबसे बड़े आर्म्स इंपोर्टर थे, लेकिन आज हम टॉप 25 आर्म्स एक्सपोर्टर्स की लिस्ट में आकर खड़े हो गए। साथियों, अब हमने बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को सपोर्ट करना तो जारी रखा ही, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ हमने स्टार्टअप्स के माध्यम से यंग माइंड्स में भी डिफेंस सेक्टर में यंग माइंड्स को भी डिफेंस सेक्टर में हम लोगों ने इनवाइट किया। स्वाभाविक सी बात है कि जब कोई सरकार स्टार्टअप्स में इन्वेस्ट करने की सोचती है तो वह लॉन्ग टर्म गेन के बारे में सोचती है, क्योंकि यही कंपनीज आने वाले 20-25 सालों में अपनी इनोवेशन के दम पर हो सकता है कोई ऐसा काम कर दें जो वैश्विक पटल पर देश की एक पहचान ही बदल दे। इसलिए अभी हाल में ही डिफेंस एक्विजिशन काउंसिल की जो अभी मीटिंग हुई है, जिसमें डॉक्टर कामत हमारे डीआरडीओ के यहाँ पर चेयरमैन, DDNRD सेक्रेटरी भी बैठे हैं, वो भी मौजूद थे। डिफेंस एक्विजिशन काउंसिल की जो मेरी चेयरमैनशिप में मीटिंग हुई, उसमें भी हमने स्टार्टअप्स को प्रमोट करने के अनेक इफेक्टिव स्टेप्स उठाए हैं। और मैं जानता हूं कई हमारे सहयोगी ने कहा कि साहब ये कुछ जोखिम भरे कुछ ये कदम है। मैंने कहा हम एक बार एक्सपेरिमेंट इस काम को करेंगे, तो उसमें मेजर रिफॉर्म हमने किए हैं। और हमने स्टार्टअप्स से प्रोक्योरमेंट करने के लिए कॉस्टिंग, पेमेंट टर्म्स और एलिजिबिलिटी आदि को काफी लिबरलाइज कर दिया है। हां, इस बात को मैंने जरूर कहा है, जिस तरीके से इसको लिबरलाइज हम लोगों ने किया है, 1 साल के बाद फिर से हमको समीक्षा करनी चाहिए और करेंगे समीक्षा। और आज तो स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में ये बतलाते हुए मुझे खुशी होती है कि जहां पर 2014 के पहले बामुश्किल 300, 400, 500 स्टार्टअप्स हमारे देश में हुआ करते थे, आज उनका नंबर 1 लाख से अधिक हो गया है। साथियों, वर्तमान समय में दुनिया जिन हालातों से गुजर रही है, आप सब भी आकलन करते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी हर मामले में एक बड़ा वैरियर बनकर उभरी है। टेक्नोलॉजी एक बड़ी योद्धा बनकर उभरी है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग, स्मार्ट वेपन्स, साइबर वॉरफेयर, स्पेस वॉरफेयर जैसी भविष्य की चीजों में वही देश आगे बढ़ सकते हैं जो अपने यहां टेक्नोलॉजी में मैक्सिमम इन्वेस्ट करेंगे। अब जाहिर सी बात है, जब आप नई चीजों में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं तो कई बार आपको सफलता मिलती है, तो कई बार आपको असफलता भी मिलती है। लेकिन लगातार प्रयासों के माध्यम से यदि हम टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में मजबूत बनते जाते हैं तो यह लॉन्ग टर्म में, यानी आने वाले 20-25 सालों में भारत को इतनी मजबूत स्थिति में लाकर खड़ा कर देगा जिसकी कल्पना भी किसी ने कभी नहीं की होगी। इसलिए हमने टेक्नोलॉजी पर भी विशेष ध्यान दिया है। इसके लिए हम डीआरडीओ के तत्वावधान में डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट को प्रमोट करने के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट फंड भी लेकर आए हैं, जिसे शॉर्ट टर्म में TDF कहते हैं। नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन की स्थापना के पीछे भी हमारा यही उद्देश्य है। हमने डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में भी स्टार्टअप्स के माध्यम से इनोवेशन को इनवाइट किया है। यहां मैं विशेष रूप से आईडेक्स का जिक्र करना चाहूंगा। साथियों, आईडेक्स डिफेंस सेक्टर में इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री का एक यह अनूठा कदम है, इनोवेटिव कदम है। आईडेक्स डिफेंस एंड एरोस्पेस में इनोवेशन तथा टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट को बढ़ावा देने के लिए लाया गया है। और आईडेक्स की सफलता के बाद हम आईडेक्स प्राइम भी लेकर आए। आईडेक्स की सफलता के बाद हम आईडेक्स प्राइम भी लेकर आए, जिसके अंतर्गत डिफेंस सेक्टर में लगातार बढ़ते स्टार्टअप्स की मदद के लिए 1.5 करोड़ रुपए से लेकर 10 करोड़ रुपए तक की हम फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस प्रदान करेंगे। ये बहुत बड़ा जंप है। साथियों, सरकार ने डिफेंस कैपिटल एक्विजिशन करने के लिए डिफेंस बजट का 75%, फिर से मैं दोहराना चाहूंगा साथियों, सरकार ने डिफेंस कैपिटल एक्विजिशन करने के लिए डिफेंस बजट का 75%, जो लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए सालाना है, स्थानीय कंपनियों से यानी डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्रीज से खरीद करने के लिए आरक्षित कर दिया है, इसको रिजर्व कर दिया है। डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री से ही खरीदा जाएगा। और यह डोमेस्टिक कंपनीज को प्रमोट करने की दिशा में मैं समझता हूं कि एक मेजर स्टेप है। यह बहुत बड़ा यह प्रयास है। और इसके अतिरिक्त फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2023-24 में अब तक, ध्यान से सुनिएगा, इसके अतिरिक्त फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2023-24 में अब तक 4,35,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा के कैपिटल एक्विजिशन को इन प्रिंसिपल अप्रूवल दिया जा चुका है। एक साल की बात मैं कर रहा हूं। 4,35,000, 4,35,000 का। और रक्षा औद्योगिक क्षेत्र में अभी तक के अचीवमेंट्स ने केवल एक नींव बनाई है, एक फाउंडेशन बनाई है, और आने वाले 5 वर्षों में हमें अभी बहुत आगे बढ़ना है। यह बात मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं। हमारा उद्देश्य है कि 2028-29 तक हमारा एनुअल डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए को टच करे, और साथ ही हमारा सालाना डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट वो 50,000 करोड़ रुपए तक पहुंच जाए। यह टारगेट हम लोगों ने निर्धारित किया है। हमारा लक्ष्य यह भी है कि हम भारत में एरो इंजन्स और गैस टरबाइंस जैसे हाई एंड सिस्टम को आने वाले 5 वर्षों में भारत में ही हम बनाएं। यह लक्ष्य हमने निर्धारित किया है कि एरो इंजन्स और गैस टरबाइंस जैसे हाई एंड सिस्टम्स को आने वाले 5 वर्षों में हम भारत में ही बनाएं। और अब यह लक्ष्य कोई साधारण लक्ष्य तो है नहीं, और हो भी क्यों। जब इस देश के युवाओं की क्षमता और लगन असाधारण है, और यह मैं ही नहीं महसूस कर रहा हूं, अब दुनिया के विकसित देशों के, डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज के लोग भी इसे महसूस करते हैं। जब इस देश की सरकार की इंटेंशन एकदम साफ सुथरी है, तो साधारण लक्ष्य निर्धारित करने का तो प्रश्न ही नहीं खड़ा होता है। आने वाले 5 वर्षों में हम असाधारण लक्ष्यों की ओर बढ़ने की रोमांचक यात्रा तय करेंगे। यह बात मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं। साथियों, इस बार के बजट पर यदि हम ध्यान आपने दिया होगा यदि, तो आप पाएंगे कि इस बार भी डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री को सबसे ज्यादा बजट एलोकेशन हुआ है। सबसे ज्यादा डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री के बजट को बढ़ाकर 6.21 लाख करोड़ रुपए करने की घोषणा की गई है, जो कुल बजट का मोर देन 13% होता है। सरकार के पास अब ना तो पैसे की कमी है, अब केवल पैसे से काम नहीं चलता, नीयत चाहिए, इंटेंशन चाहिए, करने का जज्बा चाहिए। तो न तो भारत के पास पैसे की कमी है, और न तो भारत के पास नीयत की कमी है, और न तो भारत के पास जज्बे की कमी है, न तो भारत के पास जोखिम उठाने के साहस की कमी है। सीमाओं पर, बॉर्डर्स का जहां तक सवाल है, बॉर्डर्स पर गहराती चुनौतियों के साथ साथ बॉर्डर के चैलेंजेस से आप सभी लोग अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। जियोपॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो में, जियोपॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो के मौजूदा बदलते हालातों के मद्देनजर इस डिफेंस बजट को बढ़ाया गया। यह कदम भारत सरकार की लॉन्ग टर्म अप्रोच, लॉन्ग टर्म सोच को यह दर्शाता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से ही हम सेनाओं में अग्निपथ एक नई योजना लेकर सामने आए। उस पर लोगों का समर्थन भी हमें प्राप्त हुआ है, लेकिन कुछ लोगों ने इसका विरोध भी किया है। सेनाओं में ज्यादा से ज्यादा देश की युवा शक्ति की भागीदारी हो, यह हमारी सोच थी। यूथफुलनेस हमारी आर्मी में बढ़े, इसलिए लाए हैं, और इसलिए भी लेकर आए हैं ताकि आने वाले समय में हमारी सेना दुनिया की सर्वोच्च सैन्य शक्तियों में से एक हो। और इस सोच के साथ और इसी विजन के साथ हम सब ने तीनों ही सेनाओं में अग्निवीरों को शामिल करने की प्राथमिकता दी है। और इस बड़े बदलाव से एडजस्ट करने में थोड़ा समय, मैं मानता हूं, अवश्य लगेगा, लेकिन आप देखेंगे कि लॉन्ग टर्म में यह बदलाव किस तरह से हमारी सेना को पहले की कंपैरिजन में ज्यादा मजबूत बनाएगा। साथियों, अब तक मैंने हेल्थ एंड एजुकेशन सेक्टर, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, बैंकिंग, रेगुलेशन और डिफेंस जैसे क्षेत्रों में लॉन्ग टर्म गेन पर आपसे बात की है, लेकिन नारी सशक्तिकरण के मुद्दे को मैं नहीं छोड़ना चाहता। नारी सशक्तिकरण के मुद्दे पर अभी तक, अब हमको बात यदि हम न करें तो मैं समझता हूं शॉर्ट टर्मिज्म और लॉन्ग टर्मिज्म की यह बात शायद अधूरी रह जाएगी। जब नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम के तहत, जिसमें कि महिलाओं को पार्लियामेंट और असेंबली में रिजर्वेशन दिया गया हो, हमने महिलाओं को वर्षों से लंबित उनका एक पॉलिटिकल राइट, एक राजनीतिक अधिकार जो मिल जाना चाहिए था, उसे हम लोगों ने प्रदान किया है। और भारत में हर क्षेत्र में आज महिलाएं पुरुषों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर आगे बढ़ रही हैं। एक रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते मैं इस बात को और भी अधिक विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि हमारी सेना में महिलाओं की भूमिका निरंतर दिनों दिन सशक्त हो रही है तथा आने वाले दिनों में यह और मुखर रूप से सामने आपको दिखाई देगी। 26 जनवरी को कर्तव्य पथ पर आपने हमारी नारियों की प्रभावी भागीदारी को प्रत्यक्ष अपनी आंखों से आपने देखा होगा। इसके अलावा साथियों, हमने जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को बड़े उचित ढंग से जनता में पहुंचाने का भी काम किया है। हमने रेवड़ी कल्चर पर फोकस नहीं किया। हमने लोगों को मिक्सर या कलर टीवी देने का वादा नहीं किया, बल्कि हमने इस देश की ह्यूमन रिसोर्स पर इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी का यही विजन रहा कि हमें भारत की जनता को रेवड़ी कल्चर के नाम पर अकर्मण्य नहीं बनाना, बल्कि हमें अपने मेहनती और युवा यंग ह्यूमन रिसोर्स पर हमें मैक्सिमम जितना कर सकते हैं हमको इन्वेस्ट करना है, ताकि वह भविष्य में भारत के विकास की जिम्मेदारी उठा सकें। और जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई बार अलग अलग मंचों से भी इस बात का जिक्र किया है कि हमें एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण करना है जो आने वाले 1000 वर्षों तक भारत को ही नहीं सारी दुनिया को एक दिशा दे सके। इसलिए यह बात बड़े विश्वास के साथ मैं कहता हूं कि हमारी सरकार पिछले सिर्फ 5 वर्षों की सरकार नहीं है। हमारी सरकार सिर्फ 5 वर्षों की सरकार नहीं है, बल्कि हम 1000 वर्षों के दृष्टिकोण को रखकर काम करने वाली सरकार है। साथियों, यह प्रधानमंत्री जी का ही लॉन्ग टर्म विजन है, यह उनका पॉलिटिकल करेज है। यह सब करने के लिए पॉलिटिकल करेज चाहिए कि उन्होंने पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी के कंस्ट्रेंट्स को ट्रांसेंड करते हुए एक ऐसी अर्थव्यवस्था निर्मित की है जो उनके तीसरे कार्यकाल में दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनकर उभरेगी। और मैं समझता हूं चौथे कार्यकाल के बारे में भी किसी को संदेह नहीं होगा। और जब मैं यहां अर्थव्यवस्था कह रहा हूं तो मेरा मतलब उसके माध्यम से देशवासियों की सोशियो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन, उनकी सुख शांति, देशवासियों के बीच आपसी सौहार्द यानी भाईचारा, और इसके साथ साथ कल्चरल प्रोग्रेस, सांस्कृतिक उन्नति आदि सभी इसमें शामिल हैं जो बात मैं कर रहा हूं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार उनके तीसरे टर्म में इसी प्रकार देश के नागरिक के विकास के लिए प्रतिबद्ध रहेगी जिस पर हम अब तक रहे हैं। साथियों, हम इस देश के हर वर्ग को अपने साथ लेकर, कभी कभी हमारे ऊपर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का भी आरोप लगता है, इस देश में हर वर्ग को साथ लेकर इस देश की विकास की यात्रा को हम पूरी करेंगे और 2047 तक भारत को एक विकसित राष्ट्र यानी डेवलप्ड कंट्री के रूप में स्टैब्लिश करके ही रहेंगे, ऐसा हम लोगों का संकल्प है। मैं फर्स्ट पोस्ट से जुड़े आप सभी लोगों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मुझे यहां आमंत्रित किया और बेबाक होकर इन विषयों पर मैंने यहां पर आप लोगों के सामने अपनी बात रखी। अंत में इस समिट की सफलता के लिए अपने हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन मैं समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you for your very inspiring words and sharing your vision for India's defense. I'm going to request Network 18's Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Rahul Joshi, to please come on stage to felicitate the Honorable Minister. Firstpost, we've also been working on a new website to use latest tools like artificial intelligence and make it more user-friendly. And I'm going to request the Honorable Minister to please unveil the new look Firstpost.
Thank you to our Honorable Defence Minister, Shri Rajnath Singh ji, for joining us today. Give you a few minutes. With threats rising both at land and at sea, what are the challenges and the opportunities as the country hones its combat capacity at its borders? To break down the big picture and to begin today's discussions, please welcome General Manoj Pandey, Chief of the Indian Army Staff.
राष्ट्र के प्रहरी भी, राष्ट्र निर्माण के भागीदार भी, रग रग में दौड़ता जिसके देश प्रेम का जज्बा भी, प्रबल, शक्तिशाली और तत्पर, वो भारतीय सेना अब है परिवर्तन के पथ पर।
We could now request General Manoj Pandey ji to come to the stage.
Government functionaries present here, members and research scholars from the academia and think tanks, industry leaders, representatives from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and Jai Hind to everybody here. It is indeed a unique opportunity for me to address strategic planners, policy makers, industry leaders and the media all under one roof. I shall give you a very brief insight and share my thoughts on the Indian Army's push to self-reliance as part of its transformation in meeting its operational and functional requirements. The mandate that stands defined for the armed forces is to deter war, achieve desired political aims by application of military power, and foster a conducive internal and external environment for the unhindered socio-economic development of India, enabling it to assume its rightful place in the emerging world order. And towards achieving this aim, the process of arriving at the desired military capabilities involves periodic threat assessment, defining military missions, objectives, and identifying capability gaps, leading to the articulation of an integrated capability development plan. The capabilities thus arrived at ought to prevent war by presenting a credible deterrence, as also enabling a robust response to threats when required across the entire spectrum of conflict. Amidst the ongoing geopolitical flux in the world order, the character of war continues to change. Disruptive technologies are blunting conventional combat force ratios. Multi-domain operations to include cyber, space, electromagnetic spectrum, and information are today inescapable realities. Conventional instruments of war have also undergone notable technological progression. Non-state actors are increasingly gaining access to modern technologies of military use and employing it for an asymmetric leverage in conflict. Cumulatively, we have seen that the battle space has become more complex, contested, and lethal. Technology, we believe, is emerging as the new strategic arena of geopolitical competition. Technology denials are intensifying and transforming the ways nations interact, compete, and pursue their interests. The impact of external dependency for critical components, supply chain disruptions, and weaponization of denial regimes came to the fore during the pandemic, and also from the lessons that we learn from the ongoing conflicts world over. These developments have clearly underscored that the security of the nation can neither be outsourced nor be dependent on the largesse of others. The need to be self-reliant in meeting our defense need, both in acquiring new weapon systems, platforms, and equipment, and sustenance of existing ones by meeting ammunition, spares, and maintenance demands, and achieving self-sufficiency in critical technologies is hence an imperative. As guardians of the nation's security, we are seized of the need to completely wean away from import dependencies for our capability development requirements. And this aspect remains pivotal in our strategic planning to be future ready. The Indian Army's vision for the future is to transform into a modern, agile, adaptive, technology-enabled, self-reliant future-ready force capable to deter and win wars in a multi-domain operational environment across the full spectrum of conflict to protect our national interest in synergy with other services. The vision, as you would have seen, clearly recognizes the felt need for initiating progressive changes, which accrue from four key drivers, namely the unprecedented trends in the geopolitical landscape, the limitless potential of disruptive technologies that we have seen, the transforming or changing character of modern wars, and profound changes that we see in the socio-economic domain. In order to effect the desired changes, we had initiated the process of transformation some time back, and it entailed essentially 5 distinct pillars, namely force structuring and optimization, modernization and technology infusion, refining our systems, processes, and functions. Fourth was human resource management, and last was improving jointness and integration. I must say we have made good and considerable progress spanning all these disciplines. This afternoon I shall focus on modernization and technology infusion, as part of which we are pursuing new and niche technologies for absorption into our warfighting systems. And this is being given effect through a focused capability development and sustenance roadmap, which conforms to our commitment to the vision of Atmanirbharta, or achieving self-reliance. In order to achieve Atmanirbharta, it is essential that an effective defense industry ecosystem exists in the country, which includes research, design, development, and production capacities. Linkages among the academia, research and developed establishments, industry, and the users, such as the Indian Army, are critical for this ecosystem to develop. It is through this integrated network that we can develop core competencies in critical technologies and production of key systems and subsystems with a clear focus, scale, and speed necessary to meet not only our defense requirements but also harness the same for export of military hardware in the future. The four foundational building blocks for developing the desired defense industry ecosystem, in my opinion, are resource allocation, enabling government policies and provisions, having a viable market, and last is fair competition. And I think this edifice in all these 4 areas has systematically been put in place. The government, as you are aware, has taken a number of initiatives and actions in this regard, such as simplification of industrial licensing, inclusive participation of private sector, foreign investment liberalization, incentivization of transfer of technology, promulgation of positive indigenization lists, a dedicated R&D budget for domestic capital procurement, enhanced delegated financial powers, corporatization of ordnance factories, laying emphasis on defense exports, and lastly, establishment of defense corridors. The services have been a facilitator for policy execution and are providing a viable market for indigenous defense manufacturers. A number of actions have been taken by us to leverage the vibrant startup ecosystem, the innovation potential, and the current and emerging capacities of the domestic defense industry. I shall touch upon some of these. The Army Design Bureau is the face of Indian Army's proactive outreach with the defense industry. Regional technology nodes have been set up at Pune and Bangalore, which act as an interface between the defense industry in these areas and the users. And these help towards connecting with the startups, MSMEs, and the academia as well. We also established Indian Army cells in institutes of academic repute such as IIT Delhi. We have one in IIT Kanpur, ISC Bangalore, and we intend having some more in some of these institutes. We have also been proactively reaching to industry with problem statements, solutions to which we seek from the industry. The process of communicating our future defense requirements through the technology perspective and capability roadmap guides the industry in planning and initiating technological development, partnerships, and production programs. A number of initiatives have been taken by us to handhold the industry towards building trust and the required momentum. Organizing tours of industry representatives to forward areas to better understand the field conditions and the felt need of the user, conduct of trials, assistance in testing and certification, provisioning or providing in-service equipment for research and development, facilitating grant of NOC for exports, and promotion of defense industry in friendly foreign countries through a number of means such as regular exercises that we carry out with our friends, through military diplomacy are some of the endeavors in this direction. The Indian defense industry, we believe, is investing significantly into research processes and advanced production and manufacturing technology, and is today producing cutting-edge military hardware with modern technology. Currently, we have around 350 industry working towards fructification of something like 230 contracts by 2025. That entails an outlay of close to 2.5 lakh crores. Apart from weapon systems and equipment, we are also pursuing 45 niche technologies which have been identified for military application. 120 indigenous projects are currently underway to develop and absorb these niche technologies. Now, these span across multiple routes of innovation, incubation, and development. We have established centers for excellence in our technical institutes, including 5G test labs, AI, and quantum laboratories in collaboration with institutes such as the IIT Madras. In the space domain, we are exploiting indigenous space assets, with the Army being one of the largest users of satellite communication-based networks. The government has recently approved the new FDI policy in space sector, where liberalized thresholds have been defined for various subsectors and activities. I believe this will greatly enhance participation of private industry in investing in development and production of satellites, launch vehicles, and associated systems and subsystems. Indigenize to modernize shall remain our mantra for capability development in the future. Our ex-import defense contract, which some 20 years back stood at 30%, are today at near 0% for the last 2 financial years. Presently, our inventory comprises a fair mix of vintage, current, and the state-of-art equipment. Modernization or replacement of all is neither feasible in one go nor desirable. We shall be spacing out our upgrades and new procurements as per our evolving indigenous capacities. We intend to scale up the ratio of vintage to current to the state-of-art equipment substantially by year 2030 with a focused Atmanirbhar capability development roadmap. Becoming self-reliant in acquiring new weapons and equipment is not good enough. Our aim is to be able to indigenously source or produce all that is necessary to fight, and this includes the ammunition, spares, and other maintenance requirements. So this is important. It is not as if you only purchase new equipment, but their sustenance is something which is critical, and that is what we have seen, or one of the lessons that we learned out of the ongoing conflicts. Overall, in the future, we intend moving from a buyer-seller relationship to the one of partnership with our defense industry. The cumulative efforts of the Indian Armed Forces in pursuing indigenous procurements, we believe, has been a catalyst for growth of indigenous defense industry, thereby laying the foundations of a globally competitive defense industry. The payoffs are clearly visible in the volume of Indian defense exports in the financial year 22-23, which stood at approximately 16,000 crores, marking almost a tenfold increase over the last 5 years. The nation today exports defense hardware and software to more than 85 countries, driven by more than 100 indigenous firms. These capacities that have accrued will contribute significantly to the nation's progression towards becoming a trillion-dollar economy. Here I would like to underscore the point that Swadeshikaran se Sashактikaran is a work in progress where all stakeholders, be it the services, industry partners, the startups, R&D institutions, academia, and the policymakers have all an equal and crucial role to play. The Indian Army remains fully aligned and integrated with the national vision and objectives. If we as a nation have envisioned and taken up the resolve to emerge as a developed nation as we celebrate our centenary milestone, then the foremost mandate that emerges is that we need to ensure that the nation's security is not impacted in any way so that its progress continues unabated. Towards that, a self-reliant and continue to contribute meaningfully to the aspirations, goals, and objectives of a rising India. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and Jai Hind.
General Pandey. All right, very quickly now we're going to play out for you a short AV about the next session. Take a look.
India is a rising world power. But it has to navigate a complex geopolitical situation. India has two rivals at its borders. Pakistan on one side, China on the other. India also has to balance its alliances, the historical friendship with Russia and the budding ties with the West. As the two sides face off, India is walking a tightrope. The challenges are immense. What are the pathways for leveraging India's defense strengths, mitigating its weaknesses, capitalizing on emerging opportunities, and confronting the evolving threats?
Okay, if we can now invite Palki back on stage with the General.
General Pandey, you call 2023 the year of transformation of the Indian Army. Would you call 2024 the year of self-reliance?
I think for those of you who have been following what we have been doing, we've already declared 2024 as the year of technology absorption. And I think it has lots to do with becoming self-reliant, because to be able to absorb the technology and in fact to be able to have critical technologies which we require for our war-fighting systems, I believe within the country we have the requisite knowledge, the requisite capacities. So it is hereafter for us as to how we are able to leverage this, how do we leverage the innovative potential or innovation potential to leverage or absorb this technology. And it has to be through the route of Atmanirbharta. So yes, in a manner, I think both technology absorption as well as being self-reliant, in my opinion, are two complementary things which have to move together.
The Minister in his speech spoke about short-term pains for long-term gains. And I understand that self-reliance is a long-term goal that we are pursuing and will translate into gains. But what sort of short-term challenges does it pose for the forces?
Well, if I were to attempt to amplify on this, When we look at Atmanirbharta or becoming self-reliant, we have to understand that it is a process. It is not going to happen, if I may, overnight or in a very short time. It is very important for us to have the right ecosystem in place, of which I spoke during in my talk. And whosoever are the stakeholders, I think each one of us have to play our part well, which I again tried explaining how that is happening. While this is happening, you asked about the challenges. We have to make sure that there are no capability voids or there are no capability gaps, because our challenges in terms of security situations will continue in the foreseeable future. So that is something which we have to be very careful about. And I think we are putting systems in place. You would have heard of the emergency procurement provision that the government had accorded to the services. That was precisely to meet this requirement, to be able to meet immediate operational needs along our borders. So that has been one of the provisions that has been given to us. So this is one of the challenges we need to address and overcome.
We have two wars going on, one in Ukraine and one in West Asia, and multiple conflicts in other parts of the world. I'm quoting from what you've said before. Only those countries that are self-reliant with secure supply chains will be able to withstand future security challenges. How have these recent conflicts shaped your understanding of India's military needs?
I think there are very profound lessons to learn from the ongoing conflicts, and I have been saying this at all levels, be it the tactical, operational, or at the strategic level. But coming specifically to the lesson in the context of what we are talking today in terms of self-reliance, I think it is extremely important. And again, I want to amplify that it is not only just buying new equipment or purchasing new equipment, but it is also the aspect of their sustenance. So we have to make sure that whatever equipment we have or whatever new equipment we get, its sustenance, the supply chains are available indigenously, be it the supply of ammunition, the spares, the maintenance requirements. So we have to look at this issue in its entirety, and just purchasing or procuring new systems may not be good enough. So this is one area which we'll have to continuously focus on. So this is to be self-reliant, to be near having zero import dependency is something which is extremely critical.
Did this push for self-reliance and technological upgrade get a new sense of urgency post-Galwan, and what is your assessment of the situation on that front?
Oh, sorry, can you just repeat that question?
Yes. Did this push for self-reliance and technological upgrade get a new sense of urgency post the events in Galwan? And what is your assessment of that situation?
Well, I would not single out that this has been consequent to what happened in the middle of 2020. I think this push for self-reliance has been a consequence of a number of events that have taken place in the, let us say, last 5 to 6 years, which includes the lessons that we learned out of pandemic, where again it came adequately to the fore that we need to be self-reliant in meeting our own requirement. So not necessarily after Galwan, but yes, because of what is happening around us, I mean the world over, the ongoing conflicts, the pandemic, including our aspirations of our people, the rising status of the country in the world community. So I think all these together, when you look at, I feel has made becoming self-reliant on Atmanirbhar a necessary or an imperative and an inescapable thing for us to do.
Absolutely. And technology is emerging as both an enabler and a disruptor. There is now talk of AI in warfare, and there's also talk of AI sovereignty, how you need to develop your own systems to be. So what sort of self-reliance are we looking in that space, in the technology space, and how is the Indian security apparatus geared to deal with that disruption?
First is for us to accept, identify, recognize the potential of niche or disruptive technologies, exactly the way you mentioned. Because I believe these days the conventional combat ratios, which we used to talk of earlier, have become less relevant. We have to correctly recognize the potential these niche disruptive technologies provide. Now, what is it that we are doing? A number of things, and I mentioned some of them in my initial remarks, wherein in collaboration with the academia, some premier technological institutes in the country, we have set up our AI and 5G and quantum computing labs, which are doing well. We've made a 5G and a AI roadmap as to how you integrate 5G with military Internet of Things. These are some of the steps which we have taken. We have identified some key niche technologies, and through the routes of innovation, through the route of interacting with the academia and the startups, these are the areas we want to utilize to be able to leverage and tap their correct potential. All these technologies are available commercially. Now, how is it that these commercially available technologies you are able to tap for military use is the key. And that is what our attempt has been in the recent past.
The push for indigenization is also overlapping with India's push to integrate the three wings of the armed forces. How do you plan to sort of complement this push for jointness among the three forces?
So I think there's no debate in terms of why we need to become more joint, why we need to become more integrated. Essentially to leverage better our capabilities, our potential, and aggregate the capabilities of the three services. We have identified different areas where work is already happening. More needs to be done, which we are currently working on. Now, how will it help indigenization is the question. In terms of quantities, because we have common platforms, some of them between the three services, if you have standardization, if you have common performance parameters, qualitative requirements, it will be that much easier for the industry to address or meet these requirements, to undertake any upgradations that may be required. So, as far as integration is concerned, this will again facilitate our efforts, or it will be easier for the defense industry to address the needs of the three services if you have some kind of a common understanding, not only for new equipment, for subsequent maintenance, subsequent sustenance, addressing the servicing and repair requirements of the three services.
You're the first ever Army Chief who's come from the Corps of Engineers. How has your experience in the Corps influenced your approach towards addressing India's defense needs?
Well, I have been saying this, that in the military, all officers, irrespective of what branch, what vertical they come from, I think the military trains everybody to assume senior leadership roles, provides them equal opportunities. So, to me, it doesn't really matter. But yes, in terms of how has been my experience so far, I think it has been extremely satisfying to have done what we have done over the last couple of years. And today we are talking of transformation. So that is one of the areas that we have been looking at. Transformation in various fields, including the human resource management, of which you know what is currently happening in that area, and the other 5 pillars that I just spoken of. So I think it has been a very satisfying, very meaningful last couple of years, and this transformation that we are currently undertaking, it is only to make ourselves better future ready, to be able to meet any challenges, security challenges in the future. And I'm confident, I think we are moving on the right path. It is a work in progress. We have clear timelines, deliverables, responsibilities defined, and I think we are doing good as far as transformation is concerned.
Final question, General Pandey. We are calling this session Securing India, a SWOT Analysis. So if you were to do a SWOT analysis and give us the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. How would you put it?
Well, I can see the time running out. I'll just sum it up to say that in terms of our ability to meet future security challenges effectively, I just, through your medium, wish to reassure everybody that the Army, the Defence Forces will continue to be future ready. We are aligned to the changes that are happening around us, both in the external environment as well as in the internal within the country. And like I tried to explain in my talk, the aspirations of the rising India, we have to make sure that our security is in no manner impacted, so that the progress, the path of progress that we are on is in no way impacted. So that I wish to reassure and convey this confidence that we will be able to do this successfully in the future.
I think I can confidently and safely say it on behalf of everyone that we are all proud of what the Army does, and we have full confidence. Thank you very much, General Pandey, for making time and for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you for providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, General Pandey. May I now request Palki to honor the General with a memento. In our next session, we focus on how India is rewriting its defense future. Make in India is perhaps the most crucial step for India's strategic autonomy. And as the country is emerging as a global manufacturing hub, we're going to take a look in our next session at where we are in that transformation. Take a look.
India has been reaching new defense export milestones. Between 2022 and 2023, Indian defense exports almost reached the $2 billion mark. Last year, India exported equipment to over 85 different countries. India is exporting indigenously developed weaponry, the BrahMos missile, the Akash missile, the Dornier 228 aircraft. India is exporting all of this and more. The country's defense industry has taken a global leap, and the sales are helping supercharge India's growth story. Joining us for this session is Neel Mehta. Neel Mehta is the co-founder of Asteria Aerospace, which is one of the leading drone manufacturers in India, with over 400 drones deployed in field. Dr. Nguyen Khac Giang is a visiting fellow at the Vietnam Studies Program. He is a writer and an expert in Vietnamese and Asian affairs. Dr. Samir V. Kamath is the chairman of DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization. He is a distinguished scientist and a dynamic leader who has spearheaded the development of multiple naval systems. Preeti Patel is the chairperson and managing director of Raspian Enterprises, which is a women-centric defense manufacturing company. Moderating this session is Professor Harsh V. Pant. He is the Vice President, Studies and Foreign Policy at the Observer Research Foundation. He is an expert on Asia-Pacific security issues and has authored several books.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you'd have noticed, we are talking about India's defense leap forward. We have had, I think this New Delhi at the moment is buzzing with several conversations. We have just finished one ourselves at Observer Research Foundation, the Raisina Dialogue, and it's wonderful to be on a platform where we can discuss defense, because that is a very interesting part of the India story. That is at the moment transforming India's approach to the world and world's approach to India. And we are very privileged, I am very privileged to be discussing this with some of the pioneers in the field at the moment. So thank you all, and thank you all for joining. I have with me, of course, I'll start with Dr. Kamath, Chairman DRDO, because he has a unique vantage point from which to view this development. And Dr. Kamath, if you can lay out for our viewers, what is it that makes this moment so unique? When you look at the Make in India and its success story, I think there was a time when almost everything was doom and gloom when it came to Indian defense industry. Suddenly, in a few years' time, we have seen a very transformative moment. You know, the numbers itself, they are very inspiring. So what makes this moment so interesting, and what makes this moment full of potential for Indian defense industry?
I think several. Am I audible? Okay. So I think several factors have made this story possible. The first among them is the government's policy and determination to make Atmanirbharta happen. I think that is the most important factor which has changed the storyline. We have been talking about self-reliance for a long time, but there was no determination on the part of the government to enforce it. I think once the present government has come in power, they have really made a strong push to enforce Atmanirbharta. The Atmanirbharta, the lists which the government has published, which now the services have to buy from Indian companies, that has now given a push for the Indian industry to really invest and start making systems within the country. Also, the speeding up of the acquisition process through the DAP 2020 has given this fillip for this process. So I would say the key factor which has resulted in the optimism which is currently seen is the government policy and determination to make it happen.
Thank you, sir. And Neil, if I can come to you, because of course the success of government's determination initiative depends on how far the private sector is willing to take that. And given that you work on a field which is at the cutting edge of the way conflict is being viewed and the way weapons are being transformed, how do you assess this development from a private sector, from an industry point of view? Do you the determination that Dr. Kamath was talking about, how does it manifest itself when it comes to the private sector?
Sure. So I represent Asteria Aerospace, which I started about a little over 10 years ago to design, develop and manufacture drones in India. And the reason for starting the company was also similar. It was to reduce India's dependency on importing such technology from other countries. And I think back in 2012 when we started out, it was a very different time. The market was not there. The intent from the government, I think, was also not there. But since, I would say, about 2014 or 15, there has been a remarkable shift in the way the government has viewed the private sector in defense. We ourselves are beneficiaries to that. Today, we supply to the Indian Army. Even though we were a small company, the Army has trusted us time and again with orders for unmanned systems. And there have been other similar startups who I personally know of, who've also benefited from the government's intent. And I think, as Dr. Kamath rightly said, I think the intent was shown when the DPEP also was launched in 2020, which gave a clear direction that by 2025, India's defense manufacturing output should reach 25 billion. We are not there yet. I think we are about at 12.5 billion today. So there's some gap here to fill. But the intent was very clear. And I think with DAP, also the intent was very clear because the government introduced a new category, IDDM, which is Indigenous Design, Develop and Manufacture, which gives further incentives to companies to actually design and manufacture in India, and the government would only procure such systems from Indian designs. So I think the intent has been clear, and I think we've also been beneficiaries of that through the years.
And then Preeti, would you agree with that? But first of all, I mean, this is very, very inspiring what you are doing, and I think this all-woman unit that assembles and manufactures all the lethal and non-lethal weapons that you have encouraged and that you have nurtured, I think that deserves to be told to this audience. So I would really like you to first tell that side of the story, and then I think take on the conversation from what Neil was suggesting.
We want to be part of the defense manufacturing story of the country. Yes, when Honorable Prime Minister made this Make in India call, it was a call to action for us. It was not just an intention, it was a call to action, and today it is a reality for us. And increasingly, we live in a world which is borderless in terms of technology, innovation, education, and it is imperative that we have to work harder to ensure freedom and security of every citizen. So Atmanirbharta is a necessity, and it's just not a word. So yes, we thought that this is our capability. We come from a small place called Rajkot, and there is a lot of metallurgical prowess that's present in that space, and we are sort of trained to do the kind of work that we do.
And the all women engagement, which is very, very inspiring, yes.
Yes, so as I said that I come from a place which has metallurgical capabilities, and the place is known for diesel engines and automobile parts, etc. So now we trained ourselves into manufacturing of metallurgical components, and today we are part of the defense story.
And you would concur with Neil that the initiatives in the last few years have accelerated the pace of innovation in your sector as well, and given
No,
you
absolutely. It's the Prime Minister's initiative of Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So the first call was, of course, for the entire manufacturing sector, and then the defense sector was open to the private enterprise. So all of us, including Neil, there are a lot of us, we jumped into this sector, not knowing where it is going as a business, but we want to be part of the defense story of the country, and that's why we are here.
Yes, and I think that has gradually changed the defense story as well of India. I mean, we have heard from three individuals who are part of this process in India and how they are shaping that story. But let's go to Dr. Dr. Gyang for his look at this from outside in. How do you look at this story? I mean, do you see a change from I mean, you are a defense analyst yourself. You look at the defense trends across, in particular in Asia. How do you see India's story? Has it changed for you, that something has changed in the country, the way you perceive India's defense sector? What are some of the trends that you are witnessing looking at it from outside?
Well, in Southeast Asia, we often say that in order to succeed, you would need to have a good combination of three things. The first one is the right capability. Second is the right market demand. And the third is the right moment. So I think my fellow panelists already laid out very, very well the Indian rising capability in the defense sector. So I think the second thing is about the right market demand. So India actually sits beside all of the largest, biggest arms importer of the world. 6 out of 30 largest arms importers are from Southeast Asia. And as we already know, recently there have been a lot of deals between Indian companies and the Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam, and even Thailand, maybe in the future. So I think we have a very good condition for India to export small arms to Southeast Asia. Especially Southeast Asia is very rising economy, and they are more willing to spend more on arms. And given countries like Vietnam, for example, every year we are willing to spend from $2 to $5 billion US of arms. And they also want to sustain the arms import, especially given the reason after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where U.S. sanctions against Russian suppliers make it very hard for Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia to keep importing Russian weapons. And also, the way that Russian weapons are showing on the battlefields are not really, good promo for their weapons as well. So that's why many countries in Southeast Asia are trying to diversify the arms supply. And India is one of the, very big potential exporter for that, because in the end, it's very important when you want to import arms from any country, you must have a political trust. So India, if you look at the big geopolitical picture in Southeast Asia, countries like Vietnam, Philippines are aligned with India in terms of, wanting to pursue strategic autonomy. We don't want to be, on the side of the US or China. We often joke that we hate the US, but we're afraid of China. So in the end, we want to have a new strategic partner coming in and provide some kind of long-term commitment to the security environment in Southeast Asia. And India, of course, plays very well into that. And secondly, given the ongoing conflicts as well, it's very important for countries in Southeast Asia to have a cost-effective, weapons, technological compatible weapons, because most of the countries in Southeast Asia, they import most of the arms previously from Russia. And because of that, so it's easier for them to buy weapons from India, where it's more compatible with the already existing system in countries like Vietnam and the Philippines. So for that, I think it's the right moment for India to push for the initiative to be more present in Southeast Asia in terms of providing arms and maintenance for countries in the region. Not only because that India can become an alternative provider of arms to Russia, but also India can play a much more secure, much more peaceful role in order to guarantee the peaceful environment in the region.
So in a nutshell, both the Russians and the Chinese are helping India in becoming a major defense player. But and that's good to hear. Dr. Kamath, I mean, we have talked about, and I think we have two stakeholders here. You are from the state, as we broadly define it, and to private sector. And of course, from the outside in, it looks very positive. When you look at some of the ambitious targets that are being set now, going forward, what do you worry about? What do you think are the challenges? Of course, we can all say that sky's the limit and we'll do very well. But what are the immediate structural, institutional challenges that you see that may be a bit more challenging than usual? Because we are coming from a low base, and any numbers that grow up at the moment is good news for India. But it's a very competitive market. It's a very difficult market. And we know that technologies it's changing very, very rapidly. So where does India fit in, and how do we create that R&D ecosystem that would allow us to tap into that potential?
Very good question. So the first thing that we have to do is to build the R&D ecosystem in the country. For far too long, the R&D was only focused in DRDO, but the government has now taken steps to ensure that the R&D ecosystem includes the startups, the MSMEs, as well as the academia. This will help us in bringing innovation much quicker to the market. We also now have private sector participating in the defense production. For far too long, it was only the PSUs and the ordnance factory. Now that the private sector is getting in, they will bring in not only the needed dynamism, they will bring in the ability to produce the systems quicker at a more cost-effective manner, as well as with better quality. Because if you have to compete in the international market, you have to have the speed of delivery. Your products not only have to be good, but they have to be cost-effective. And you have to be able to innovate quickly to capture the market. So I think all these factors will keep our position in the defense export business at a growing pace. I don't think in the next 5-10 years, if we continue on our path, we will face that many challenges for exporting our systems. The kind of interest that we are getting in our systems is a reflection that the potential for exports is far more than what we have achieved so far.
Yes, and it's a very interesting geopolitical moment as well. And I think, as Dr. Gyang was pointing out, that India tapping into that aspect as well, where trust-based partnerships are becoming very important, and trust-based engagements are key to our ability to shape the defense market as well. Neil, you are, of course, leading the R&D and product development. And therefore it would be interesting to hear from you as we talk of developing that R&D ecosystem in the country that had been missing in the past. What kind of support do you expect from the government, and is the private sector now taking R&D as seriously as they should, given the challenges that are inherent in the defense market, that you will have a really fast pace of technological evolution that we are already witnessing on the battlefield at the moment?
Right. I think this is a very relevant point. As I've talked about before also in other forums, India's spend on R&D is minuscule, as part of our GDP, percentage of our GDP, something like 0.6%. Whereas if you look at, all the countries who've achieved, major self-reliance in defense and even are exporting widely, I think they spend 4 to 5% of their GDP on R&D. And increasingly, we are falling behind in this area, because as we are trying to catch up, let's say on the 5th generation fighter aircraft, countries have started to think about the 6th generation, right? So I think there has to be a really strong impetus on this sector, and especially on the deep tech areas, right? I think even the defense minister talked about it: space, unmanned systems, AI, cyber security. If we don't invest heavily in these areas right now, we'll fall further behind. And I think some of the steps which the government has taken, and I think even in the recent budget announcement, there's a corpus of 1 lakh crores which is dedicated towards R&D. There's a National Research Foundation which has been set up. I think those are the impetus which I think we'll need to quickly provide to the R&D sector. Especially in defense, it's a little tricky because the market is uncertain, especially for the private industry, right? There's no guarantee of a repeat order, let's say if you do win an order. So the uncertainty translates into uncertainty into spends for R&D as well, right? So I think somewhere the government has to kind of handhold and assure the industry, or provide those kind of R&D funds, which private industry doesn't have to worry about whether this will pay off in the next order or not. So I think those are things which will transform the industry.
And Preeti, you have talked about, and you have been in more ways than one, very innovative already from the start. But when you look at Make in India and the whole government support to the Make in India initiative, how do you see that spurring, what has your experience been, whether it has spurred innovation in MSMEs and startups? Has that been your experience on the ground, that we are looking at innovation now from the bottom up happening much more rapidly than perhaps it was happening in the past? And given that defense industry relies on innovation more than perhaps any other industry, given what is happening around us, do you see the support of all stakeholders coming together and making that possible as far as your experience is concerned?
Yes. Today, the approval process is fair and balanced, and the process itself has opportunities. You see, so today I'm a small company who has a license to manufacture a whole plethora of small arm weapon systems that nobody could ever imagine that I could get such licenses. Having said that, yes, the government impetus is there for approvals. What Neil said is that the research and development really needs to become massive. We need to graduate from, just being replicators to becoming innovators. And since I come from the manufacturing, hands-on manufacturing, I have a couple of things that really need to happen. What needs to happen from the government side is to facilitate some sort of co-production with some strategic global companies, because our manufacturing needs to graduate from where it is today to a better quality and cost efficiency levels. Also, there should be very targeted and focused cluster development where the skill sets are present, because the skill sets and capabilities may be all across the country. So instead of the private sector just assessing that, it should also be facilitated by the government. So these are the couple of points which we need to address: quality, cost efficiency, the scales of production, and of course definitely innovation.
Dr. Kamath, in that regard, what Preeti was mentioning, which I think is an important point about co-production and co-development and bringing in global stakeholders, we have had some problems in the past. And now we seem to be turning the wheel around and making, when you look at major global stakeholders now increasingly using co-production and co-development and coming to India and making their frame of reference. In terms of partnerships, in terms of the ability of India to attract multiple partners, which we are witnessing on the geopolitical front, does that give India an advantage? And are we really making the most of that advantage in the defense sector?
I think co-production is good, but I think it should be co-development. Because unless you co-develop the ability to improve your product in the future, develop new technologies to take your defense capabilities to a higher level, will not happen. So though I agree partially with what Preeti said, co-production is just a temporary solution. It's not an answer to become self-reliant.
And therefore, are we emphasizing on co-development more?
Yes. And we nowadays talk only of co-development, not co-production.
Dr. Gyang, so in that sense, when you initially talked about India as a more reliable country and as a country with few of the political problems that often get associated with some other countries when it comes to defense engagements, how far do you see that receptivity? I mean, you mentioned a few countries in Southeast Asia, like Vietnam and Philippines in particular, very receptive to India. But is this is the ambit of these like-minded countries expanding, and the perception of Indian defense market changing because of certain successes that we have had, or is it still a case of wait and watch?
Well, I think India and some Southeast Asian countries, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, are members of the non-alignment movements, and we actually probably have one of the best relationship ever in the global world order right now. So I think the trust is there, the opportunity is there. But I also want to emphasize that the competitiveness for the arms market in Southeast Asia also very high. So after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we have seen a surge in arms exports from South Korea, from France, from Israel to Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia. And so they also try to fill the void left by Russian weapons. And so it's also very important, I think, for Indian exporters to look at that, to pitch themselves into the demand of countries like Vietnam, which really need a very strong, coastal defense system like the BrahMos, which India already sold to the Philippines and agree with Indonesia. And also more cap weapons that cost effective and suitable for smaller countries to defend themselves in light of the very uncertain and very increasingly precarious geopolitical environment, especially in the South China Sea. So for us Southeast Asians, we also perceive that India has a strategic interest in the South China Sea, but doesn't have a strategic ambition there. So it's easier for us to actually, cooperate in that sense. And even before, before the great power rivalry that we're having, right now, Vietnam, for example, sent a lot of personnel to India for training in naval exercises, pilots, and also I believe that because of proximity as well, it's easier for Southeast Asia to actually keep the maintenance after buying Indian arms, and also easier for us to send our strategic personnel to India for learning to co-develop arms and to better keep the security of Southeast Asian region a more secure and a more peaceful place in light of the uncertainties that we are facing right now.
Yes, so I'll come to Neil. Neil, he mentioned something very interesting about if you want to be a defense exporter of the kind that the targets that you have set for yourself, you also have to look at it from the perspective of the buyer, right? So, in a sense, there are competing requirements at the moment on Indian defense industrial sector. You have to strengthen your own domestic manufacturing capacity. You have to ensure your own security requirements because you want to reduce dependence on external arms. But at the same time, if you want to expand into the defense markets of other countries, you have to look at their requirements as well. How do we get that balance right? It's a big question, but I take a stab at it.
Right. So I think India imports about 10 to 11% of global arms. Right. India is the largest importer. I think the first thing we have to do, and I think the government has rightly said, is strengthen domestic manufacturing. Only once you strengthen your domestic development manufacturing, can you think of exports, right? So how can we cut that number down, to a low enough number where we become a net exporter? So I think the very first thing that has to be done is, we are on the right track. There's positive indigenization lists. Right, the government is only looking to buy from India. That's definitely going to strengthen our domestic ecosystem. And I think then you start looking at outside. Once you've kind of, proved your products out here in the Indian market, and I think the Indian market is very challenging. Right, we have very high altitude, terrain. We have desert. We have a long coastline. You don't find these requirements globally. Right, once you've kind of proved that this product works for the Indian Defence Forces, it's ready to be exported. And I think the huge opportunity which exists is the export market right now. Even though India's exports have grown from, let's say, about 700 crores 10 years back to now 15,000 crores, that's still, 0.2% of global exports, which is happening. China does about 5% of the global market as exports. I think once you start tapping into the export market, and the potential to expand there is huge, right? Then you can start to feed back even some of that revenue into your R&D and even strengthening the ecosystem further. So I think that the potential is huge. I think we are definitely on two tracks. One is strengthening and then exporting, but I think they go hand in hand.
Dr. Kamath, we are running out of time, but I'll give the last word to you. The same question, in the sense that this is a huge issue, and we have immense defense requirements at home, and we are trying to sort of solve those problems by building up our defense manufacturing capability. But we also have our partners abroad who are looking at India, as Neil said. This is a unique moment of opportunity for India. How do we resolve that dilemma? Is that dilemma to be resolved, or we have prioritized, of course, at the moment, domestic capability enhancement, and the two can go together?
I think the two can go together. If you strengthen your domestic ecosystem, the exports will come naturally. And as India's stature grows in the world, people also import to get that, a support from a strong country. So there is a lot of diplomacy and politics also in imports. A lot of times India imports from specific countries to build the diplomatic relations. So as India's stature grows in the world, imports from India for those countries will increase. So I think there is no dichotomy in strengthening your domestic sector. As the country's domestic ecosystem improves, as the country's GDP improves and the country becomes a developed country, the exports from India will naturally increase, not only in defense, in all sectors.
And that's a fantastic point to end this conversation on, because I think what Dr. Kamath was mentioning is that defense industry, defense exports, and the entire defense capability is always linked to the strategic ambitions of a nation. And as we are looking at enhancing India's global profile, India's defense industry is going to be an enabler in that process. So thank you all to all the panelists, and thank you all for joining us in this conversation.
Mr. Pan, can I request you to honor each of our panelists with a memento? It's coming. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Moving on now from securing our home and the question of how to secure our home to maneuvering stability globally. How do we navigate the way forward? Under the Prime Minister's leadership, the country has aced the tightrope walk between defense and diplomacy, standing up for its interests while grappling with fast-shifting geopolitical equations. Please welcome the Honorable Meenakshi Lekhi ji, the Minister of State for External Affairs, to the stage.
We are now joined by Meenakshi Lekhi. She is the Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture of India. She has been a Member of Parliament since 2014.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, we all know a lot is happening in the city, and city of Delhi is abuzz with all our friends coming over. This initiative specifically, I feel, is most topical, considering all that is happening all around us, and is definitely one of the areas where we all need to engage in. We've been engaging in any case, over a long period of time, but we still need to engage in more, because the purpose of defense diplomacy is really not to enter into wars, but to end wars. While defense is a subject which people think deals with all the defense equipments, war handling machines and men, but you will find a soldier seeking peace and having military for the peaceful purposes. So far as India's pug marks are concerned, India's way of working or thinking is concerned, we are a peaceful nation, and we've always strove to contain the, if I can use the word, bad elements in the region, and work for the global peace and work for dominance in the region in a positive way. The three wings of the military, all three, Navy, Air Force, Army, all three wings have their own methods of building bridges between our neighbors, our friends, and at the same time dealing with the foes, and how deal needs to happen. All those working methodologies are part of defense diplomacy. Past 10 years have seen a huge change in the way India has worked out in an outwardly fashion, and also inwardly we have made many changes. One of the biggest change I would say would come from 2015, if I'm not mistaken. Honorable Prime Minister visited Mauritius, and where he announced Sagar protocols. And in the Sagar protocols, he actually made it so clear that India's policy is going to be sustainability growth for everyone, and how oceans need to be kept free so that seas can flourish, businesses can happen, and rule-based order is the order of the world. And after unveiling of 2015 Sagar policy, we've also seen that engagement at various levels was part of institutional mechanism with the Western powers, more with the Western powers. And post 2015, if you notice, we have had huge interactions, not just with the West, but also with the Southeast Asia and Asian region. Reasons are more specific, and I'm sure everybody in this hall understands the reasons. And as the times change, the requirement of the time also changes. And with changing times, the strategies need to change also. And we felt that neighborhood first, act east, these are the policies which in any case government has been working in terms of diplomacy. Now time has come that these very strategies are applied to military diplomacy as well. Because if we are working towards acting east or neighborhood first, then we have to be available to our neighbors, and especially on the eastern flank. More so because those are the areas which are vulnerable. And we have had plenty of interactions, institutionalized processes at every level. BIMSTEC, for example, is one. And knowing the weather conditions and inclement weather conditions which takes place, and all the disastrous things which happen in Bay of Bengal, BIMSTEC engagement became very, very important. Earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, you name it, and we have it. And the first responder in all such situations, thankfully, has been Indian Navy. And the trust and faith that Indian Navy has exuded during these difficult periods is only complementing India's diplomacy. Because diplomacy is also about reaching out to the people in need, creating an atmosphere of positivity. Now, if there is an earthquake, and that earthquake happens to be in a country like Turkey, I'm very proud to say that our forces with the NDRF and Army Medical Corps were the first ones to enter and last ones to leave. And if that was not there, what would diplomacy by itself do if not reach out to people in times of need? No matter what that country stands for, it's about humanitarian aid. And humanitarian aid and disaster resilience is one of our strands on which our military diplomacy stands. And Maldives, we all know, Sri Lanka, Mauritius, Seychelles, all these places which had issues with resources, India has provided them with patrolling vessels. India has assisted their manpower in terms of training. So institutional training methodology, and I'm very, very proud of our forces, because the institutions, especially in terms of military institutions, training processes, we are second to none. And thereby, interactions with all the forces which are better than the best, we are in that scale. And Indian Navy, with its strength of 117 vessels, plus frigates, plus submarines, both automated and nuclear submarines. I mean, it's a force to reckon with. And knowing that most of the trade happens through the sea lines, and the kind of vulnerability sea lines have expressed themselves with, especially in the recent times, Indian Navy has been the net security provider for the region, and yet we are not in the Red Sea. We are in the Gulf of Aden, and we are parked in the Arabian Sea. But we are, in spite of our parking bay, we are the net security provider in the region, and everybody looks up to us for helping out people. Because if world has seen anything, and which has the hugest impact on human psyche, then I would say it was pandemic. COVID-19 was one such period when humanity was faced with the biggest warlike situation in the recent history. And in that situation, I can say that whether it's the Army or it's the Navy or it's the Air Force, all the three segments came together, not only to support the cause of Indians, but also to support the cause of our neighborhood in terms of supplying medicines, in terms of supplying medical equipments, oxygen, transporting goods, doing whatever was required to deal with that situation. Now, you call it a military activity or you call it a humanitarian aid, but that combination worked very, very well. That military is the most disciplined force to act out the best of civilian activities. And best of civilian activities when time is of essence, when mankind is faced with difficulties, who would you trust? People who are more efficient, people who know the job and who are very, very focused. And that's the kind of trained manpower, both in terms of technology and also in terms of logistics management, also in dealing with hard conditions, difficult places. I think these are the people who do it the best possible way, and they delivered. So in these terms, whether it was anything happening in our neighborhood, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Mozambique, our forces helped out in whichever way they could, from flying airplanes to delivering on the ground. If I can take the liberty of looking at certain operations which we carried out, going back to 2015, Yemen, the difficult period that was happening, and Sumatra, one of our vessel which was parked was diverted, and 5,000 Indians were extracted out of a very difficult spot, Operation Ganga, when 22,000 Indians were brought out of Ukraine. Operation Kaveri from Sudan, and I met one of our officers who was posted in Sudan at that time, a diplomat, a civilian diplomat. But warlike situation, and again the military help really helped to get out of those situations. So I would say any difficulty of any sort, and especially humanitarian aid, the military institutions have come forward. When it comes to military diplomacy, because the job of diplomacy is twofold. One is securing our own nation in terms of territorial integrity. Two, to provide economic stability and prosperity to all the inmates of a country. Three, to build cooperation amongst nations which seek friendship. Four, to deal with the ones who are difficult, and that also is essential, but deal with them in a dignified way. And again, I would remember what happened in 1999, the Kargil war and things. So I'm very, very proud of our forces who dealt with even that difficulty and dealing with the soldiers from the enemy side with dignity, which was a rare feat for the people we were dealing with. But it came because our forces are very disciplined, and on a humanitarian basis, very, very disciplined, kind, compassionate forces, though their job is to put the enemies out of the border, but yet dealing with those dead enemies in a dignified fashion is certificate enough to show the kind of people we are. On economic security, I've already mentioned that whether it's sea lines or it's airlines or securing those airspaces, land spaces and sea spaces become very, very essential for economic prosperity. In addition to the fact, everybody knows that stability, political stability, and is the first requirement for economic prosperity. So if you have a decent force which acts more like warding off the wrongdoers, that itself gives a sense of security and thus brings prosperity. And to have a substantial force on the ground is very, very imperative in that sense. On the economic prosperity part, when I entered, there was a panel which was going on, and I heard some last lines, and one of that was that when India progresses or any country progresses, exports are a natural thing to happen, and export of everything will happen, so export of defense goods will also happen. I must say that the way we have changed certain policies, which have worked for us, and the way we have altered the way some of our, inbuilt inertia existed in some of the institutions, not to downgrade them, but absolutely top of the line scientists, but the systems were not operating the way systems should have been operating. And if I'm not mistaken, 2019 or before, PM was speaking, and he mentioned at that time that you can't be manufacturing something in 1992 and it goes on, and he was talking in 21, 22, it goes on till 2024. You can't have those systems operating. There is a deadline. You have to finish the work before the time, and you have to be up in your game. So DRDO changes happened. And in those changes, one of the change was that first time in the history, this requirement for information was dropped in by the army. And in this request for information, it was asked for that what are these non-core elements which could be purchased and which could be taken out from the private sector, and private sector could be co-opted in the defense manufacturing and supplies. It was, I think, one of the early moves which changed the way we operated our systems, because that changed, I think, anybody who's into manufacturing of anything would seek a certain market to begin with, and if the quality is matching with the requirement, which are very, very specific, you require to capture that certain market as well, and there has to be more like assurance kind of a thing, and only then can you pump up the defense manufacture. So that's one change, request for information brought in. And on DRDO front, that changed that things have to be done in time, and there was certain monopolies of certain bodies in terms of supplying ammunition, ordnance, factories, etc. And that Ordnance Factory Board was monopolizing. And again, there the change was brought in because of this request for information. In addition to all this, certain elements were put on negative lists, no import. And that was done to promote local production. So Make in India was directly correlated to the defense production and technology transfer. Most of the defense purchases which happened in the past, every agreement had an element of technology transfer. I must say that. It's not as if others did not want to transfer technology from where we were buying, but we were not letting them transfer. We would continue to buy. What has changed is 50% and above certain parts now, with our changed methodology of working, that while we are purchasing, the defense procurements will happen mostly between government to government. The 50% and above parts will be produced in India, and that's where technology transfer needs to happen to the private players, so that that can link up to the subsequent supply chain which we are building in-house, and also leads to capacity building. I must say that when you work between the governments, a certain amount of transparency exists because one, we are a democratic government. So there are processes, there are methods, you cannot just overrule few things. And we've seen that many arms dealers, etc., used to do rounds around, and I grew up in Delhi, so one knows a great deal. Even at personal level, many stories in the corridors is what you hear. But all those shops have been closed down, and which is called mopping up the system and cleaning up the process. So while you maintain the quality, you make in India, you give a boost to production, you work towards technology transfer. Your own scientists and technologists who are extremely good at their job need to showcase their talent. They get an opportunity to work. India gets to work on employment rate. Our startup ecosystem gets something to work upon. The scientists and other people, technologists, have a market share. The world can look up to India as a certified good player in the global space. And when you work with India, you know it's all transparent mechanisms which will operate. So I think all this led to a very positive atmosphere. And many people got an opportunity to work in this space. We continue to work in this direction, improvising upon quality, improvising upon openness, ease of doing business, getting investment. You know, more than 70% bringing FDI into defense was one of the very, very good things to do, because it gives a boost to the Indian economy, it gives a boost to production lines. People get to produce in India at less expensive rates. Manpower gets to be trained, local materials are made to be made available. So it's a win-win for all. Everybody gets to benefit from when India does well, everybody else also does well equally. So Make in India for the globe is also the target, and we are seeing whether it's BrahMos, whether it's cruise missile batteries, Philippines, Vietnam, Armenia. We are seeing the change. And the best thing, if I remember it right, that was, I think, 2014 or 15, one such defense conclave. I had received an email from somebody within Delhi who I did not know personally. Later I discovered was my neighbor. But I just did not know that. And was an old school IIT Delhi graduate, worked in Delhi, manufactured jackets, bulletproof jackets. And his complaint was that, look, I manufacture these jackets, bulletproof jackets, which are top of the line. I have been a material technologist, scientist. I'm a IIT Delhi person. And 6 countries in the world are buying my jackets. Rate is half or less as compared to the rate at which India is procuring its jackets. And the quality is 10 times better than the quality which India is buying. So I was very hurt. I said, why should this happen? And why should we not protect our soldiers with a better quality jacket? And if the same is available at a lesser cost. So I immediately forwarded that to people in authority. And I said this and spoke same story at one such conclave. And the story is that the tender process, which was mud in old technology, got revamped. And latest technology is what India got. And a good market is what the gentleman also got, along with 6 other countries which were buying his jacket. The Indian market was available to an Indian, which is the best part. And more than anything else, I think our soldiers were secure. And that is the biggest benefit for people like me. So once you decide to make a change, you do make a change. And change is what this government has made in the field of procurement, manufacture, and with a target of $500 billion is the target for 2024 for defense export. I am so sure we'll be meeting this target. And I don't want to get into the formal arrangement, the Corps Commanders meeting, the flag post meeting, the exchanges which happen on the LOC. Those are, of course, part of military diplomacy, but more institutionalized for a long period of time. So at every level, military diplomacy is in the area of securing countries' borders, helping humanity when in need, and of course, today we can say technological tech exchanges. I wouldn't call it import or export, but I'll call it tech exchanges at every level. And whether it's satellite for Asia, satellite for weather or communication, everywhere you see that the integration of military science with civilian science is imperative for the well-being of the nation. And I wish the very, very best to all those in the field of production, securing borders, working with the military. And great seeing a lot of women in the field of military sciences, from material science to lab science to Chandrayaan to Mission Mars, everywhere. And missile, I mean, our missile woman is Tessie Thomas, and our rocket woman also is Ritu. I think I'm mighty impressed with all these ladies who can just control these systems and showcase what India stands for, both in terms of technology, gender parity, and the military diplomacy. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
We'll ask you to stay on stage. If I could now request Mr. Santosh Menon, Chief Content Officer of Network 18, and Ms. Palki Sharma, Managing Editor of Firstpost. Okay. Now let's take a look at some incredible numbers. This past year, India's defense production crossed 1 lakh crore rupees for the first time. You heard that number a few minutes ago also. Defense exports in particular, as we speak, are at an all-time high. Now, as we've discussed today, this was reached largely by, by a mixture of exports. So technologically advanced and conventional weapon systems to Southeast Asian and African countries. But the big question we're going to take a look at next. What do the next milestones in our Make in India dream look like? To help us understand this, we're going to request Rear Admiral R.K. Shrawat, AVSM, the Chairman and the Managing Director of the Naval Group India Private Limited, to join us.
Now we have with us Rear Admiral R.K. Shrawat. Rear Admiral R.K. Shrawat is the Chairman of the Naval Group India. He was also the Chairman and Managing Director of Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited and has been awarded for his distinguished service with the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. Moderating this session is Professor Harshvi Pant. He is the Vice President, Studies and Foreign Policy at the Observer Research Foundation. He is an expert on Asia-Pacific security issues and has authored several books.
Thank you once again, and thank you, Rear Admiral Shrawat, for joining us for this conversation.
Pleasure.
You have had a very, interesting, again, vantage point to look at this, both here in terms of the professional life and now working in the private sector. But I would like to start. We have discussed a lot about Make in India, self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. And we have seen that Indian Navy has been, of all the three services, actually had been doing this very successfully for a very long time. And therefore, certainly I think that experience needs to be shared with this audience as to how did it manage to achieve something that others were struggling with.
Thank you. I think it's a very good question to start with. Navy, amongst the three services, has been at the forefront of self-reliance through indigenization, which we call Atmanirbhar today. And I would give credit to this for the visionary leadership of the Navy of our founding fathers immediately after independence. And they knew that if we have to grow big and we have to grow strong, which you know today, we have to make things on our own, the platforms. And the first thing they did was that at that time, the private shipyards which were existing, namely Mazagon Dock and Garden Reach at Calcutta, they were taken in the fold of Minister of Defense. So that's how they became the defense public sector unit, defense shipyards. And that is where the Navy started building ships in these two shipyards. And the first ship which we made indigenously, the big one, was called the Leander Frigate Program. It was made in collaboration through TOT with then UK, the Royal Navy, because we are more familiar with the Royal Navy. And the Leander program started in Mazagon Dock. And 6 Leander class ships were made at MDL indigenously. And they were steam ships, so like we learned steam technology, how to make boilers and things like that. Simultaneously, one more thing I'll say that Navy set up its own ship design directorate and started with a small project. We made some seaward defense boats, which are very small, but they were designed indigenously. They were made indigenously in Kolkata. That organization, which was called Directorate of Naval Design, where I have also served for some time, today, last year, I think the President commissioned it as a Warship Design Bureau. It's a Warship Design Bureau, and I am very happy to share that almost 19 designs of warships have been made by this design bureau, and through this design, more than 100 warships have been made in India for the Indian Navy mainly. So this has been a kind of success, I would say, and this has happened because Navy has invested in the shipyards. Navy spares officers to go into this shipyard on permanent absorption, because then they have to say thank you, like I did. So, and therefore, and because the designers of the Navy, there's complete ownership of the product. This experiment and this model of the Navy has been more successful, and this is now, I would say, late, been adopted by the Army. Today, Army Chief spoke about the Army Design Bureau, which is the interface between the industry and Army. The then Vice Chief, who was my NDC course mate, I shared with him my experience, and that's how, during his tenure, the Army Design Bureau was set up. So they are now starting in a small way. But Navy's story is this. So I think this is what, in a nutshell, I would say, this has been a success story why Navy has been so successful.
Yes, and one is glad to hear that best practices are being shared in this way. So, of course, you have talked of warships. I think it would be very useful to also know what is happening in the realm of underwater capabilities in this regard.
True. So you see, Navy has done, I think, quite well, even in the area of submarines. But in broad categories, if we say there is something called a strategic submarine, which are the nuclear-powered and nuclear weapon side, which is not my domain to right now talk about, although I have worked in that project. India has done well in that area. And I will speak more about the conventional submarines, which is in the open domain and which have been constructed by Mazagon Dock at Mumbai. Now, what happened, Navy also took a lead in having a submarine arm. But in the beginning, we were not ready, or we did not have the industrial base to make submarines in India. So we bought out from Russia. Many submarines were bought. Our submarine arm is actually, at that time, was created through Russian collaboration, Russian help. Okay. But later on, in the 80s, in 90s, government sanctioned that let us make submarines in India, and that was done in collaboration with Germany. I think we have heard of the HDW, SSK submarines. 4 were procured at that point in time. And I mean, the aim was to build more thereafter, but for various reasons, it did not happen. In that project, which was with HDW, which now today is called TKMS, 2 were built in Germany, and later 2 were built in Mazagon Dock locally. Okay, so only 4 were built. It was quite, I mean, a good program, but for various controversies, it could not be carried forward. So there was lull actually thereafter, and gap of almost, I would say, the last submarine HDW was commissioned in 1994. Okay, I think if I remember correctly, and we signed thereafter contract for the Scorpius submarines in 2005 December. So you see, there was a gap of almost 20 years when nothing happened. Okay, this was a sad thing to happen, which was not, I think, in anyone's control as such, but circumstances as such. So we lost a lot of skills, because skill in submarine area is very complex. And so after 20 years, the government of India signed a contract with France. At that time, the company was called DCNS, today which is called Naval Group. And 6 submarines were to be built in collaboration with France. Now, if I tell you that amongst all platforms in the defense or in the world, I would say, what is the most complex platform to be made? You would say perhaps a fighter aircraft, but no. Submarine is the most complex platform to be made. And if I have a graph, a degree of difficulty, if you see, if a tank is a degree of difficulty 10, a fighter aircraft is 40, ships it at 60, and submarines are at 80, complexity-wise. So it's the most complex platform to be made. And therefore, when we lost all these skills, etc., for 20 years, it was a sad story. But anyway, so we again started the program, and government sanctioned this thing, 6 to be built under that program. Now, there are 2 uniqueness of that program, which you will be happy to know. It has not happened anywhere in the world when you are making, in collaboration, certain platforms, that the first one is built in the recipient country. Like I give example of German submarine, 2 were built there, then 2 were built in India. But in this program, we were very ambitious, and France supported our ambition to say the first one itself will be built in India only. Okay. So that's how this thing. So it took time because we lost, but finally we made. We have now made 5 submarines, and the help of France in the TOT in making this platform was only for the first 2 submarines, Kalvari and Karan, these 2. Thereafter, Frenchies are not helping in TOT or for construction of the submarine. It is entirely now Mazagon Dock is self-reliant to build submarines on their own. So 3rd, 4th, 5th have all been made only by Mazagon Dock. 6th one will be commissioned soon this year sometime. So this has been a very success story. The other unique part of this was that France also set up a subsidiary in India to enable indigenization to Atmanirbhar. This happened in 2008, more than 15 years back. Although now it was a pre-offset era contract, so there was no offset obligation. But despite that, France decided, Naval Group decided to set up a company in India which can scout around in the industry and supply some equipment for the program. So that has also happened. And today we can say 30% may not look very impressive, but a submarine platform, 30% is a good progress. That these submarines which are now building are 30% indigenous. So this is what I would say, the story so far.
But it's a very interesting story because in some ways we were talking earlier on the earlier panel about trust-based partnerships and how in this particular case France has been more willing than others to enhance India's domestic manufacturing base. And of course you pointed out the skill set that was lost could also be recuperated because of that particular model that we followed. So are you satisfied now that the skills that we lost have been we have gotten back?
So, it has been a kind of a long, not struggle, but wait, I would say. Because when I was completing my tenure as CMD of Mazagon Dock, I knew the pain of losing skills and how difficult it is to revive at that time with great difficulty. First one was commissioned during my time, and so we had a lot of struggle. So since then I had been pitching that we should not repeat this mistake. We have to continue to make a submarine in Mazagon Dock, where with great difficulty we have revived. So this was going on. I used to write some paper, send something, but nothing more happened. But I feel very satisfied and happy to say that in 2023, July, the government has taken the decision to construct 3 more Scorpion submarines in India at Mazagon Dock, and which is a very, very, I think, a correct decision. It shows the toughness, like Honorable Defense Minister was saying, that they are not in short-term gains, they are looking at long-term gains. And when we say that the government has decided to build 3 more, actually it is the potential is much, much more. See, we have today only 16 submarines concerned with us, and out of that many are many 30 years old. They are quite old submarines. So we need numbers in quick succession. And as you are yourself an expert in this field, like Indo-Pacific is so important today to us. Okay, we talk about Quad and things like that. How will we show our presence over there if we don't have the numbers with us? We have to have numbers to be sustaining in that area.
So just on that point, Admiral, Rear Admiral, we know that we don't have the numbers at the moment, and the Indo-Pacific landscape and the global landscape looks very bleak. What kind of platforms would you say we need to invest in, naval platforms at the moment, to allow us the kind of leverage that we want in the Indo-Pacific? What should be the priority areas? Because certainly we can't do everything together.
Yeah, so I think this is a very tough question, and perhaps naval strategists should answer, but I'll attempt. Okay, I think if we have a permanent presence in faraway area, I think you need a task force to be sustained over there. So I will only say that you need a task force. We have at this moment 2 aircraft carrier with us, which is not sufficient. So we need something bigger than that. So although Honorable RM talked about budget is a constraint. After we are not that rich. We don't have unlimited resources with us. So if you given me my wish list, I would say we should have a carrier, we should have a platform around it to protect it, because carrier has to be protected, and we need sufficient number of underwater platforms. I think this is what I would like the Navy. Maybe CNS is the more right person to speak about it, but maybe I can say like this: what we need.
No. I think private industry should also have a viewpoint there, and a rear admiral at that should also have one. But we were talking earlier about this balance between building domestic manufacturing capability, but also looking at the exports.
Yeah.
So how do you rate the export potential of some of these capabilities that we are developing at home?
Yeah. So I mean, this has been discussed today. 2-3 broad points I would like to make after hearing all the panelists and speeches. See, defense export is a part of foreign diplomacy. Okay. That is point number 1. Number 2, industry is not in a position to, it is not an industry topic actually. When I was MD, sometimes my boss will tell me, why don't you go and meet somewhere, export some ships or marines? It's not possible. Like, because we are recipient of foreign, we know who government sends. So it is the government which has to be at the forefront. And I'm happy to see, because this was, Dr. Kamal said today, it is driven from the top. It is happening today because it is driven from the top. So it is happening. The 3 important stakeholders in this: the Foreign Ministry, number 1, I think our Meenakshi Lekhi was here, MOD is 2nd, and 3rd is industry. These 3 segments are to work in conjunction in New Zealand, then only our export will take place. Okay, this is, I think, second, which was not happening earlier, but today it is happening. I think that's how the results are coming. Another point that I would like to make, it is not really difficult to export. Let us not think that do we have the capability. I would like to argue like this. If there is an equipment which is good for Army, Navy, Air Force, of Indian Army, Indian Air Force, it is good enough for most of the countries in the world. Is it not that? So it is good. Certainly good for the countries that we are targeting. It's good for neighboring countries, it's good for African countries, where we are going. So there's no dearth of that what can we export. We can import, whatever we are manufacturing in India for our Indian defense forces is good enough for meeting our targets. We just have to have the will to do it. And I say again, it is a diplomatic will, it is a MOD will, it is industry will. And it will happen.
And on another aspect which we were discussing earlier on the question of R&D, are you satisfied with the pace at which domestic industry is, particularly in the Navy, Navy sector, is building the R&D potential? I mean, there has been a lot of debate and discussion around this, but unless we strengthen that capability, the long-term potential becomes difficult to ascertain. So, are you satisfied at the moment, or is it something that you would want more to happen?
So, I mean, I will come back to this question if you permit. About export, I want to give another example. See, for example, today we are in a very, I think, advanced stage of discussion with our neighboring countries such as say Bangladesh or even Philippines and other Southeast Asian countries to export to them small platforms like OPVs. Even submarines, in which also I think naval group from France is our strategic partner. So they are also helping us that we should win this contract, which is a win-win situation not only for India, it is for our neighbor country, it is good for France. Okay, so a lot of things are happening, And I'm happy that it is happening in this manner. But it is all at the level of the government push which is there and is showing these results. So I give full credit to the present government to do what is to do. See, today there is a lot of vibrancy. People are excited. Industry is happy about it. Something is happening. And I think we have to just build up on this, positivity which is happening today in the country. Having said that, now your question is a tough question. Okay. So, see, it is like this. If you look at the glass is half full or half empty, like we can say like this. We have tremendous capabilities which we need to harness correctly, and which is happening now. But there are enough areas where we need to do more, where we do not have the abilities. I can give an example, which I think Honorable RM also mentioned, that we need to manufacture our platforms, whether it's a ship or it's an aircraft. We need good gas turbines to power the platform. I think something is happening in that direction with Safran, and on one side, and then some Indian partner. I think there is some agreement to develop a gas turbine engine indigenously. Similarly, we need to have a good, I think, high-powered diesel engines we don't have today make in India. So this, like the critical art list is there. I would say this list is not very large. This is, but it is a tough list because nobody would like to part with the technology because it's a big business for everyone. So this is where we have to find some answer in this area. High technology is an area where I think we need to do more. Through startups, we can gain much advantage, but they can't, I feel they can't get us high technology. High technology is a difficult area where I think with DRDO help, etc., with governmental help, governmental support, things should happen in that direction. So much more needs to be done. Much has been done. Path is difficult. It is challenging, but it is doable because our leadership is committed about it.
That's a very optimistic note to end this conversation on, and I think the most important point that you make is that all stakeholders will have to work. And I think in that context, if you're looking at high-end R&D, it also involves our academic and research institutions that need to be partnering much more with the defense industry, both DRDO as well as the private industry. So thank you, sir. I think our time is up, and thank you for joining us this afternoon.
My pleasure. It's been wonderful speaking with you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Firstpost, for this opportunity.
We're once again going to request you to honor the Rear Admiral. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now heading into a very quick 15-minute tea break outside.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We were on our way to Tel Aviv, and as you can see, sirens sounding. This was one of the first sites of the attack by Hamas terrorists. President De Silva, welcome to Firstpost. How are you doing? How do you like New Delhi? The Nigerian delegation was the first to arrive. With me is Mr. Piyush Goyal. Time for a flashback. Let me tell you the story of what happened in between. Also why Jews left their ancient homeland in the first place. This show, we'll try to read between the lines, the stated and the unstated, the obvious and the hidden, to bring you the full story.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
I'm Rupa Ramani, and Firstpost brings you the ringside view. We bring you the Cup of Dreams, Cricket World Cup coverage like never before.
It is the mother of all battles.
When we launched, we had a vision and a hope, but we had no idea that our project would see such exponential growth. We reached 200 countries and regions. We throw a spotlight on global issues from an Indian perspective.
As the world feels the shock of wars, India stands as a beacon of strength. The Firstpost Defence Summit 2024 will showcase cutting-edge technologies, forging partnerships between industry, academia, and research organizations. Witness the transformative story of India's defence sector. Firstpost Defence Summit 2024.
The world is changing, and the need for self-reliance echoes louder than ever. From the skies to the seas, from cutting-edge tech to unwavering resolve, India is modernizing its defense with the help of private players, startups, and international alliances. What are the opportunities and challenges ahead? How will politics shape strategic choices? And what role will artificial intelligence play in the future of war? India's defense leadership, heads of state, policy architects, and strategic experts come together in the first of its kind Defence Summit. geopolitical truths are changing. In the last century, alliances were the key to relevance, a guarantee of security. But today, countries seek options. India is leading that change as a middle power. While buying arms from Russia, India remains a key Western partner. While attending the G7 as a guest, India keeps buying Russian oil. It's a balancing act that India has perfected.
पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है.
A policy that offers dynamism and security. Could this be a strategy for the global south? Will it help India tackle the threat of a belligerent China?
On this panel, we are being joined by Dr. Vivek Lal. Dr. Vivek Lal is the Chief Executive of General Atomics Global Corporation, the company that makes the MQ-9B Predator drones being acquired by India. Dr. Nidhi Bansal is Scientist G and the Director of the Technology Development Fund at the DRDO, Ministry of Defence. In years of service, she has had vast experience in fields of CFD, thermal mechanics and electronic cooling. Dr. Subrata Rokit is Distinguished Scientist and Director General for System Analysis and Modelling, as well as Technology Management at the DRDO. He is also the Director for Centre for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. Manoj Jain is the Director R&D of Navratna Defence PSU Bharat Electronic Limited. In his career, spanning over 3 decades, he has served tremendously in the research and development sector. Moderating this session is Vikram J. Singh. He is a senior advisor at the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum and to the Asia program at the US Institute of Peace. He's been a leader of innovation in public policy and global affairs at the US Department of Defense.
War is ripping the world apart again. Airstrikes and mass graves are back in the news. Nuclear powers are on the battlefield. It's a tense time for the international community. In the US, Donald Trump is leading an isolationist campaign. His foreign policy rhetoric has spooked allies in Europe. In Asia, conflict is brewing. China's belligerence has turned the South China Sea into a powder keg. And in Africa, military juntas are on the march. Has the peace dividend of the last century ended? Can India's balancing diplomacy be the answer to modern conflicts? In this session, we are being joined by Ehud Olmert. Ehud Olmert is the former Prime Minister of Israel. He led the country during the 2006 war with Lebanon. He has also been elected twice as the mayor of Jerusalem. Jumart Oturbayev is the former Prime Minister of the Kyrgyz Republic. He has also worked as a senior policy advisor in the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Moderating this session is Palki Sharma, the managing editor of Firstpost.
As the world feels the shock of wars, India stands as a beacon of strength. The Firstpost Defence Summit 2024 will showcase cutting-edge technologies, forging partnerships between industry, academia and research organizations. Witness the transformative story of India's defence sector. Firstpost Defence Summit 2024.
The world is changing, and the need for self-reliance echoes louder than ever. From the skies to the seas, from cutting-edge tech to unwavering resolve, India is modernizing its defense with the help of private players, startups, and international alliances. What are the opportunities and challenges ahead? How will politics shape strategic choices? And what role will artificial intelligence play in the future of war? India's defense leadership, heads of state, policy architects, and strategic experts come together in the first of its kind Defence Summit.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We were
on our way to Tel Aviv, and as you can see, sirens sounding.
This was one of the first sites of the attack by Hamas terrorists. President De Silva, welcome to First Post. How are you doing? How do you like New Delhi? The Nigerian delegation was the first to arrive. With me is Mr. Piyush Goyal. Time for a flashback. Let me tell you the story of what happened in between. Also why Jews left their ancient homeland in the first place. This show, we'll try to read between the lines, the stated and the unstated, the obvious and the hidden, to bring you the full story.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
I'm Rupa Ramani, and First Post brings you the ringside view. We bring you the cup of dreams. Cricket World Cup coverage like never before.
It is the mother of all battles.
When we launched, we had a vision and a hope. But we had no idea that our project would see such exponential growth. We reached 200 countries and regions. We throw a spotlight on global issues from an Indian perspective. We are trying to make our mark in the digital town square. We are building a news platform with a video nucleus.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We're in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America. When we began, we were sure of what we were doing, but to have viewers validate that has been heartwarming. As we expand and grow, our core values remain the same. We are not interested in window dressing the news. We believe in the quality of First Post and its flagship show, Vantage. Israel says every strike progress.
The first one, of course, is against Hamas. The second one is against the media.
In crisis, you have two options. Leaving you on that note, thanks for watching. The linchpin of our routine is research and analysis. We hope to tell India's growth story, and we will continue to do so with credibility as our North Star.
Let's turn our attention from what we discussed in the first half of the session now from the land to the seas. As we speak, the vital sea lanes of the world face jeopardy as shipping companies are deeply hesitant about both the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. The mammoth consequence to both the global supply chain and food inflation will possibly mean that the need of the hour right now is unity in global decision making. In our next session, our esteemed panelists talk about how we can tide over these choppy waters. Let's take a look.
Danger is returning to the high seas. Shipping is under threat again. On the one hand, you have the Yemen-based Houthis. They've been attacking ships that pass through the Red Sea. On the other hand, piracy along the coast of Somalia has reared its head again. Pirates are trying to take advantage of the Red Sea chaos. As countries display their naval might to ensure maritime security, the spotlight is on global alliances to uphold the freedom of navigation. We ask, how effective will the international task force be in protecting our seas? We welcome to the panel Maria Didi. Maria Didi is the former Minister of Defense of the Maldives and was the first woman to be appointed to the position. She is also a former member of the Maldivian Parliament and continues to be a leading human rights activist. Christopher Clary is an international affairs analyst and an associate professor of political science at the University of Albany, State University of New York. Renato de Castro is a professor in the International Studies Department at Manila's De La Salle University. He is currently the chairholder of the Dr. Aurelio Calderon Chair in the Philippine-American Relation. He's also an international relations and security expert. Moderating this session is Sriparna Pathak, an associate professor at the O.P. Jindal Global University. Her areas of interest are China's domestic policy, trade and economic relations between India and China, and China's foreign policy and economic linkages with the world.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you all had an enjoyable tea break. We have an extremely exciting session. And as has already been stated by our Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Meenakshi Lekhi ji, most of the trade happens through seas, yet there are various vulnerabilities in these seas. The examples are myriad. The importance of seas has been proven through different epochs of history. Naval historian Alfred Mahan had also said that national greatness is inextricably linked to the sea with its commercial use in times of peace and control in war. Even in the 21st century, seaborne trade has been pertinent. It has been pertinent even more to Asia's economic growth. Now, this is because sea lanes remain not just strategic highways, but they give access to countries to innumerable resources, even in faraway places. What has been seen in the 21st century is that in addition to traditional security threats, there have been various sorts of non-traditional security threats as well. So, in this context, is it just the prerogative of one entity or one country which is most affected to protect these sea lanes of communication, or could we actually think of a workable international task force? We have three very exciting panelists, and in general, we will talk about the impact of regional conflicts on international maritime security and trade. My question is first to you, Minister Didi. What happens when seas become hotspots of geopolitical tensions? How does your country navigate through such tensions, and how do you think the international community should respond?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank Firstpost for inviting me to be on the panel and for the excellent hospitality that they have afforded us while we are here. Secondly, Maldives have been famous in India for the wrong reasons, I would say, especially on the social media. We are not people like that. We love foreigners visiting our country, and we welcome you all to the Maldives. As you were saying, how come Maldives? I mean, like about 10, 15 years ago, or say 25 years ago, you wouldn't see Maldives on a normal map, because it's just so small, cluttered, that people forget that there is a string of islands in the Indian Ocean. That nobody really was worried about that. But if you look at Maldives closely, Maldives is having a territory of about 54,000 square kilometers. That's about the size of France. But 99% of our territory is water. Now, how come Maldives have suddenly become on the chart? People are talking about Maldives. If you look at where we are situated, we have 4 major sea lines of communication that pass through or near our archipelago. The 8-degree channel in the north. Then there is the Cardiva channel in the center of the archipelago. There is the 1.5-degree channel and the equatorial channel in the south of our country. Now, in the Indian Ocean, 1/3 of the trade of the world passes through the Indian Ocean. And the 8-degree channel, through that, we have about, per year, through these 4 channels, 100,000 ship movements. And about 16 million barrels of crude oil and other energy passes through the 8-degree channel on its way from the Suez to the Malacca. So Maldives having stability, having a rules-based order, having the geographical connections to regional construct has become regional parties with whom we share our seas, our territory, is important for us. And we are an import-based economy. Almost everything that we use are imported. And we are a service-based industry, where, in the sense, tourism, fishing, both of those are important to us. And the threats that we have are transnational threats, like IUU fishing, narco trading, illicit human trafficking, and climate change is an existential threat for us. So, like the Asian tsunami, when we had difficulties, we had India come in first as our first responder. When we have these sea lanes of communication and so much oil passes through, we need modern maps and things like this. The last maps of Maldives are those done by the British in the Admiralty days, during the 1800s. Even after the tsunami, the Asian tsunami, the seabeds have changed a lot. Some islands have disappeared, new islands are coming up. So we need upgraded hydrography charts and things like this. We have to be part of the international world, the international community. What we cannot afford is a major oil spill or a chemical spill. And if we do have such an accident or incident, we need neighbors. What we saw even in Sri Lanka with the Pearl, the spill in the Indian Ocean also was, India was there to help us, our seas. And if something like that would happen to the Maldives, it is something that would cause so much detriment to the whole of the country. So as part of the global world, we have to understand and be part of the international community make sure that we maintain stability in the region, make sure the Indian Ocean is conflict-free, and that we do not have proxy wars or things like this in the Maldives. Peace in our country and in the region is of utmost importance to us, which is why when our government was in power, we saw that we always had good relations with our neighbors and others in the international community, and we were a trusted international partner with all of them. But with the present government, we see that they are also slowly coming to their senses. We see that they are taking, the Maldivian Coast Guard is taking part in the Indian naval games in Visakhapatnam. I think you just finished or it's still ongoing. We see the trilateral exercises, which started off as a bilateral exercise between Maldives and Indian Navy, the Dosti exercises, which is now since 2012. It started in 1991. Since 2012, Sri Lanka joined us and Bangladesh is an observer. They are having these exercises now as we speak in the Maldives, and this is also to help with interoperability and greater coordination in case of any of these security threats that we and others in the region suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Extremely interesting points, and I'm going to probably come back to some of them in the next round. But Professor Clary, just taking off from what Minister Didi said, peace is important. Peace is important not just for Maldives, but for the entire international community. Now, the US is still the leading player in international relations. So, non-traditional security threats, as what is happening in the Red Sea, is a source of concern for the leading player of the international system. So, what are the economic implications of the Red Sea crisis, and how does the US seek to address this? If you could elaborate.
Thanks so much, and thanks to Firstpost for having us, and to our audience for being here on a Saturday night. It shows how serious these topics are, how seriously you take them. The problem for defense professionals is that as you build out the force, you have to build a force that can deal with the threats today as well as the likely threats over the lifetime of a platform, which is several decades. That's a very challenging task. And I think what we're seeing off the coast of Yemen is that we have a quickly evolving low-end threat with very inexpensive, in military terms, platforms able to cause meaningful damage against commercial shipping. And at some level, we're seeing from the US response that US acquisitions can deal with the low-end threat. The US success rate against these targets is probably 90+%, but it's doing so at enormous cost, right? So each standard missile, $1 to $4 million per shot. And then it's not just the cost of the missile, which is non-trivial. It's that the loadout for an early bird carrier is maybe 96 of these vertical launch systems. And not all of those are going to be focused on an air defense role. So as people go around and design ships, what is the appropriate arsenal for these vessels in an environment where there's going to be saturation attacks? And that has meant that every Navy on the planet, if they weren't already seriously invested in anti-drone defenses in the middle of last year, they are by now. And that's going to be lower cost solutions, things with kind of unlimited battery life, or batteries like lasers as well, but and as well as jamming. And then though that comes back in in this game of cat and mouse, it comes back to defense professionals again. All of the drones that are being fielded now have to deal with an environment by the time they're actually out in the field where there's much greater jammer saturation. And so all of the drones then have to deal with that more difficult electromagnetic spectrum problem. So the US Defense Department, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs recently, sort of says, this campaign in Ukraine, and I think we'll see something similar from evolution with Yemen, has been like a performance-enhancing drug for U.S. thinking on electromagnetic spectrum, because this is going to be a big challenge, and every drone manufacturer will have to think about how resistant their platforms are to that problem, because the Ukraine has supercharged that dynamic. The additional problem is you don't just have this low-end threat, you have a very capable high-end threat. Right? The Chinese threat is unlike anything the world has seen, at least since the Cold War, and maybe even exceeding it, if you look at the percentage of the economy that China is able to throw at this problem compared to the Soviet equivalent. And so you still have big choices to make. You know, right now in Yemen, the US is able to do some damage limitation strikes because we have air superiority. We can blow up targets that are still on the ground. When one is dealing with China, that's going to be a much more difficult problem set, you know, and for some countries, India vis-a-vis China in a naval scenario, there's basically no ability probably to hold Chinese air-launched anti-ship ballistic missiles at risk, or ground-launched anti-ship ballistic missiles at risk. And I think that's the sort of final point I would say, just to, I have other thoughts about sea control problems in Indian Ocean, but I want to hear from the rest of the panelists as well, is the Houthis, this ragtag group with a little bit of Iranian help, have managed to show how effective anti-ship munitions of a variety of ways are in the littorals. Littorals are a much easier problem, but the Chinese are a very capable force, and I think the Indian Navy that is being built today will almost certainly have to think about very long-range platforms endangering those vessels. And India has, no doubt, very capable indigenous as well as Israeli origin ship defense mechanisms. But the threat that India is likely to face in the lifetime of the vessels that are being produced right now, that's going to be evolving very quickly, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on everybody in this room.
Thank you. Professor Clary mentioned the China threat. Now, when we do talk about China, one cannot miss India or Philippines, both of which have different sorts of disputes, but both are hinging on sovereignty. So my question for you, Professor, is how does one think of strategies of international cooperation to address China's maritime expansion? If you could kindly elaborate.
Okay, so you talk about the Philippines. Now we're undergoing a sort of a change in defense outlook, because in the last 70 years, the Philippines has primarily focused on internal security. Now, because of, we already use the term Chinese maritime expansion. We don't anymore use the term territorial dispute. The reason is, of course, we have the arbitral ruling, which basically erased any semblance of Chinese historic claim and legal claim on the basis of UNCLOS. We prove it through the arbitral tribunal that, you know, Chinese historic claim is a myth. It never happened. The South China Sea has always been a sea common to all. Never in the history of the South China Sea has China been able to control it. So again, this is a point that we like to raise. So in the light of what we call Chinese maritime expansion, first, of course, we relied on international law, the importance of international law, filing of the claim against China in January 2016. And of course, the ruling came out in 2016. Of course, China ignored the ruling, but of course, it served a very important purpose. It deprived China of any sense of legitimacy in its 9-line claim. Second, of course, is the fact that right now, we are shifting in what we call the active defense, the active archipelagic defense strategy, which of course, number one, entails buildup of our military capability, shifting the focus of the armed forces of the Philippines away from the army-centric armed forces, focus on internal security, to of course, external defense, building up our Navy, building a capable anti-access area denial capability. That's why we got the BrahMos. But we are realistic enough to know that there's no way that we could, you know, stand up against China. We're just starting. We cannot develop that capability to be on par with, you know, the largest navy in the world. China, the plan has now the largest number of ships, in terms of ships, but not necessarily in terms of quality, and of course, in terms of tonnage. But of course, that's a threat we face right now. So we have to rely on, number one, our alliance, treaty alliance with the United States. So we have a problem in terms of littoral operation. We extended the number of enhanced defense cooperating sites wherein the U.S. Armed Forces could operate. Not only, of course, when it comes to the South China Sea. More significantly, north of Luzon, you have, of course, the maritime space, the Luzon Strait. Across the Luzon Strait, you have another brewing maritime tension aside from the South China Sea, China's effort to basically conquer Taiwan. So it's not just the South China Sea, you also have the issue of Taiwan. And of course, we also have to rely on our security partnerships. Aside from our only treaty ally, we have, of course, a very active security partnership with Japan, South Korea, Australia, and of course, right now with India. So this is a reality we face. You can talk about peace, but I would refer back to the old Roman dictum. If you want peace, you have to prepare for war.
Absolutely true. Coming back to you, Minister Didi, as the professor said, that if you want peace, you'll have to prepare for war. You also had mentioned about, a lot of transnational security threats, illegal fishing, human trafficking, etc. Where do these originate from, and how is Maldives looking to address these problems?
The thing is, these, like, for instance, terrorism, transnational threats like narco trading, narco smuggling, human trafficking, human smuggling, and like what we see now as the biggest threat to us is the threat of climate change, where weather patterns are changing. Maldives is only 3 feet above sea level, and each island is very small, only about a football field away we live from the sea. The sea is our home. We are small islands. So if any of these threats are there, I mean, our economy is not that huge that like, say, United States or some other places, and even in those countries we see that they have to form partnerships, they have to form allies as well. So a small country like ours, we have to make sure that we have friendships, we have partners, we have allies who would help us if something like that happens. And India has been our traditional first responder. In 1988, we had your Cactus, Operation Cactus, where a bunch of terrorists came and almost took over our country from us. And the Malay water crisis, most recently in COVID, where we had to bring our students from Wuhan, where they were studying. The Indian Army helped us, and they delivered food to us. We got vaccines from them. And of course, people like Palki here, our very good friend, she went over to the Maldives. She posted many pictures of her in the social media, which helped Maldives on the road to recovery. A lot of Indian tourists came and helped us. So as partners, not only as security partners, as friends, we have always helped each other. And I think we should remain this way. What is worrying is to see Chinese research ships and all being there in the Maldives, which what we don't want to see is a huge geopolitical competition which may lead to wars, things like this. So instead of us preparing for a war, it is more important for us to avoid war, to maintain peace and stability in the region, so that there is no reason why we should have a full-fledged war in the small or even in the territory of our country and beyond in the Indian Ocean. What we would like to see is peace there. We have managed to maintain peace in the region, and we hope that things would be so. It is most important for us. It is being pro-Maldives when we say that. As I told you, we rely on imports. The seas have to be safe. There cannot be wars. We will, even during the Second World War, our grandpas and all, they said they had to eat, leaf from the shores, which was like, not something that is edible, because no ships could come. Even our most staple food like rice and sugar and all that is imported. Now, if you're talking about tourism, if we lose peace in the Maldives or around the region, no tourist is going to come. And in addition, threats like terrorism, we are spread over 187 islands, and our resorts are about the similar amount, sporadically spread in the sea. And if, suppose some terrorists, like what you saw happen in Bombay, come to any of these resorts and something like the Bali bombing or something happens, it will have a huge impact on an economy like Maldives. So I think for the sake of us and for the region, we have to make sure that we maintain stability and we keep peace and keep our traditional close relationships with our neighbors to make sure that they are at hand whenever we need them.
Thank you, Minister Didi. Professor Clary, I have a question from what Professor De Castro mentioned. He mentioned Taiwan, and even this year before the elections in Taiwan, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan had said that they saw the PLA Navy flexing its muscles, and this was done in the wee hours before the elections. During the third Taiwan Straits crisis, the US Navy had a role in just ensuring stability. Heavens forbid, if there is a fourth Taiwan Straits crisis, then what role can the US Navy play?
A Taiwan scenario, thankfully, still is an incredibly daunting problem for the PLA. But, the goal of the international community is every time, the General Secretary or the PLA Navy commander wakes up in the morning, that they tell themselves that's probably not going to work today. Right? I think it would be hard, even though it looks like Russia may eke something out in Ukraine, it's hard to look at what's happening there and think that large-scale conventional warfare is easy. So I think the same trends that make anti-access, area denial so challenging allow states to also push back against Chinese aggression. That BrahMos is a great system for this, the ability to locate targets, and the invasion force would be subject to casualty numbers unlike anything people have seen, even including Ukraine, for a generation. So that's a manageable problem, but it will require cooperation. And I think, for the US, as it thinks about a Taiwan scenario, one thing it wants to do is make sure the Indian Ocean is secure in the context of a rapid increase in Chinese shipbuilding. I mean, the amount of tonnage that's come out of there is qualitatively maybe suspect, but not bad. And the tonnage total is one of the most impressive defense buildups, since World War II. And that means that there are going to be more PLA Navy vessels in the Indian Ocean. I'm not so worried about the surface vessels in the event of a conflict. I think the U.S., with Indian Navy, with perhaps the lead, if there were a Sino-Indian contingency, I think they could. The surface vessels I'm less worried about. But the PLA Navy submarine force is remarkable. And that's a very hard challenge, and that's a challenge that's going to require a lot of ability to pass off information from different specialized anti-submarine warfare specialists from one to another, from the whole chain when those subs leave port in China until they get to the Indian Ocean and when they head back. If there's any break in that chain, if that submarine is lost, it's going to be very difficult to be able to find it again and be successful. And that sort of threat environment, that's just one of like 100 examples of the sort of cooperation that India, the Quad, other partners are going to have to do to deal with a much more serious China threat over the next 20 years.
Professor De Castro, you mentioned as to how, despite the Hague Tribunal's ruling, and you all have started using the term Chinese expansion. And that's a great beginning because we need to deal with China's discourse power. But that being said, China, even questioned the legitimacy of the Hague Tribunal. It didn't stop creating more artificial islands in your vicinity. And third, last year it came up with its standardized map, in which not only did it include our territory, but also expanded from the 9-dash line onto the 10-dash line. So the cartographic aggression continues. What could be a plausible, a very rational way to counter this sort of cartographic aggression?
When you talk about strategy, there's two elements there, the rational and irrational. You cannot simply focus on strategy in terms of being rational. You also have to think in terms of how can you counter it. And of course, when you talk of countering it, you talk about building up your capability, coming out with certain strategies that would basically prevent your opponent from being able to implement. Well, of course, the ideal is deterrence, but if deterrence would not work, then you have to look at the possibility, of course, of push comes to shove. So in the case of the Philippines, that's why, of course, we have been forthcoming in allowing, of course, greater U.S. strategic presence in the Philippines. Interestingly, the decision to increase the number of enhanced defense cooperation sites, where, of course, American and probably even Japanese, Australian, any probably Indian could operate, began during the Duterte administration. It's not during the current administration. It's because the Duterte administration implemented a policy of appeasement. Middle in his term, he realized you cannot appease China. How can you talk about peace if you have an expansionist power that could not even be appeased and basically would have to expand? That's their goal. That's the goal of the Communist Party, to basically effect the unification of Taiwan and, of course, push the United States out of the region as a strategic offshore balancer. So again, when you talk about the South China Sea, you also have to talk in terms of the first island chain, and something that we might be discussing later. China's goal is basically to control waters of the first island chain. So how do you deal with a grand strategy like that? So this is really a challenge in terms of, again, when you talk about Quad, when you talk about always looking at the possibility that if peace could not be sustained, how can you basically uphold peace? So again, there's no simple rational solution to the fact that you have a power that is really hell-bent on expansion, driven, of course, by extremely nationalist ideology, controlled by a one-party system, and of course having the second largest economy in the world. That, of course, has the capability to build, at this point in time, the largest navy in the world. I'll just share with you an anecdote that I had during a maritime conference in Singapore a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you've heard of Colonel Bo, from Resenior, when he said during that conference, in front of my American colleagues and friends, China now has the largest navy in the world. So everyone in that room said, oh gosh. So it's getting into their brain. It's getting into their system. Despite the fact that, of course, quantity of the US Navy is still at an edge. Now you're dealing with an opponent who's starting to believe its own propaganda. So how can you deal rationally with such an opponent?
I think we've run out of time, and there could have been many more discussions and questions, but thank you for kindly bearing with me and all my questions. We should have a big round of applause for the panelists.
Thank you to all of our panelists. May I request our moderator, Dr. Sriparna Pathak, to stay on the stage. We'll just honor all of our panelists. Our next session shifts focus to a crucial burning issue, the role of artificial intelligence and what it means for modern warfare. How will AI affect military operations and decisions taken on and beyond the battlefield. As other nations face a shortage of scientists and engineers, can India help fill that gap? And what are the guardrails we need to ensure that once again it doesn't become Frankenstein's monster? Let's take a look at our next session.
War is changing. Gone are the days when the bigger army would win. It's now about being the smarter army. Not just human smart, but machine smart. Bots are sifting through battlefield pictures, picking targets for drones, and sabotaging enemy infrastructure. It is the gunpowder of our age. If deployed right, AI can level the battlefield for smaller countries. But in the wrong hands, it's a new weapon of mass destruction. An unknown entity with great power. As world leaders grapple with this new challenge,
the impact of artificial intelligence,
we look at the questions that matter. Who is winning the AI race? Should AI have a place in the battlefield? And who takes the blame for a bot gone rogue?
Joining us now is Dr. Alexander Sherba. Dr. Alexander Sherba is the Ambassador at Large, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ukraine. He's been a career diplomat for nearly 3 decades who has spent years working on Ukrainian-European relations. Yasuhide Nakayama is the former State Minister of Defense for Japan. He has previously served as the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs as well. Dr. Tariq is a professor and department head at the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. He has extensively contributed towards the indigenous growth of defense and nuclear technology. Dr. Basant Hasib is associated with the Strategic Technologies and Cybersecurity program at the Middle East Institute. Her areas of expertise include cybersecurity governance in Egypt and the GCC, counter-surveillance, gendered cybersecurity threats, among many others. And moderating this session is Chandra R. Shrikant. She's the Deputy Executive Editor at Money Control. She specializes in tech, startups, and new economy.
Good evening, everyone. This is such an exciting topic because AI has gone beyond things like ChatGPT and asking, ChatGPT to write a poem. It's gone beyond that. The uses in AI, particularly in the battlefield, is something that we will be discussing over the course of the session, and also the guardrails that we need. I'm going to start here. We saw the video there on the use of AI in the battlefield. Perhaps we will have an automated robot or a tanker that's doing the killing, not to mention the uses of propaganda and deep fakes and the havoc this could wreak in terms of cybersecurity. Give us your own perspective. Are you already seeing this happening in some way, particularly the use of propaganda, how narratives are built using AI and technology?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. It's marvelous. For me, it's the first time to be in India and a first time in many, many months to see my family who is outside of Ukraine. So I'm extremely thankful for inviting me to speak. About the question that you asked, in the last couple of weeks were very, very, illustrative on how important the AI is for this. Actually, this is a war that is in essence very close to World War II. In visuals, it is very, very close to World War I. But it is really AI-powered in many, many ways. Yesterday, Ukraine shot down one of the very precious Russian reconnaissance planes, A-50. So altogether, there are only 7 of those in Russia. So it's so-called Russian AVAX planes, without which these almost daily shellings of Ukrainian cities would be probably much less coordinated than they are right now. Over the last couple of days, Ukraine shot down altogether 5 Russian aircraft. I'm absolutely sure, and Ukrainian ambassador who used to be deputy minister of defense of Ukraine until now, who is present today probably, will correct me if I'm wrong. It wouldn't be possible without usage of AI on a daily basis. But
when you say AI-powered war,
yeah.
In what way?
For instance, a week ago, Ukraine twice hit big groups of Russian military who were lined up waiting for a general to greet him. The general didn't arrive, but all of a sudden a very precise American-made HIMARS missile did. So that's why that moved me to, to understanding that in a way it's a war of artificial intelligence versus natural stupidity, quite frankly. How stupid do you have to be to do things like that, like gathering such big groups of soldiers, And we know what's happening on the ground. We know who does what on the ground because of modern technologies, because of AI. Russia fights big, we fight smart. This is our the big lesson, and this is our strength in this war. So I hope this would be the bridge ahead for us to really win this war against the world's second biggest army.
Right. Professor, he made an important point about how Ukraine's already fighting an AI-powered war and the usage of technology. Will we reach a point where we will trust a drone to perhaps kill a human being? What kind of ramifications is this going to have? Because if it's a mission gone wrong, who will be accountable?
I think a very good question, actually. The thing is that whenever we take the AI into picture for the autonomous weapon, basically there are 3 aspects. That is the simulation, and then the target identification, and then basically the robotics. It is the integration of 3 things. The one is that is related with the software. That is the coding aspect, how we run it. And the second is related with the target identification. As you rightly pointed out that it can go on astray basically, because the signal it picks that from the target, that is very important, and that can be manipulated, and it poses a greater dilemma. It is something like that we are just at the onset of this technology that is sweeping like anything. And the advantage here is that is the disadvantage also, that it is very crispy, very micro, and it does not require that kind of warfare that is in the conventional airplane or something like that. It is a very miniaturized version of the drones or something of that sort, and that can be controlled by the softwares. And the difficulty here is that it can be autonomous weapon also. Once there are 2 possibilities. It can target the real thing also, and it can target it can be modified or it can be manipulated also to target the other thing. So we are in the era basically, once we remember that biologically the cloning started, then the society or the country, they started thinking about there is a need for regulation, how to deal that biological advancement. It should not act as a Frankenstein. So similarly here we are just at the onset of that era. It is the high time there is no regulation in the market across the globe level. So it is high time we have to regulate it, because once the AI or the drone, as you said, it is used for targeting some military asset or some military person or person at the warfare, it can be also used to target the civilians also, those who are unarmed.
Right.
So there is none of their fault, or it can go astray, it can target the other person also. So who will be the responsible person? And how we are going to deal that? And the other thing is that it is related with the networking and through the internet it is being controlled. So the other thing is that that signal can be trapped just like the hacking of the software or the sites. Some other people hacks, and for that it does not require big asset. As I said, the infrastructure, the robotics and all that. And few peoples, those who are very master in software and coding and understand the things, they can utilize that asset which is developed by the others against their own masters who are controlling that one.
Right.
I think that is the thing.
Right. Basant, over to you, which brings me to my next question. Do we perhaps need, I don't know, a new global convention on how AI should be used in war? Because the usage of computers in war and military technologies is not new. I think during the Second World War at Bletchley Park, the UK used coding to kind of get ahead in the Second World War, and the US too has used a supercomputer at the height of the Cold War. But do we need new rules, new safeguards? Because this could have multiple layers of impact. One is the propaganda angle, where you create deep fakes on what kind of messaging is going out, and then on the battlefield itself, on how you position drones. Perhaps you're going to have automated tankers running amok. What do you think needs to be done from a safeguards perspective?
Okay, when we talk about an international oversight or a legal or regulating AI in the military sector, we first need to put it in perspective or in the context of the risks that the usage of AI in the military sector poses. So here, before I talk about regulation, I have to mention two main risks. We have the AI-powered weapons. They pose a risk that is ethical and humanitarian in relation to civilian casualties that's stemming from delegating decision-making to the machine. This is first. And the second, it stems from the lack of consensus regarding a regulatory framework internationally on how we can apply international humanitarian laws to the usage of autonomous weapon systems in conflict, in armed conflict. And here there is the second point, which is a major risk, which is the military application of artificial intelligence actually poses or is subject to cybersecurity risks through data algorithmic manipulation, cyber attacks, or espionage, given the many states are now, they depend on foreign AI expertise and techniques. So with regard to the first risks that I mentioned, the humanitarian risk, it is concerning that the humans, they develop machines based on artificial intelligence in which they delegate decision-making to them and the legal responsibility to them. And now we have drones or killer robots that are capable of executing entire missions on themselves independent from human decision-making. And this is concerning when it comes to killing human lives. Okay.
Right.
And this actually takes us to the question of the legal or institutional oversight over the use of artificial intelligence or autonomous weapon system. There, as Professor Tariq mentioned, there is a lack of consensus regarding placing the autonomous weapon systems in the existing international humanitarian laws that are governing the use of force. Okay, and because the principles of international humanitarian laws, they set high criteria to which is going to be very difficult to assess in relation to the usage of artificial intelligence. So it's highly unlikely to place any limitations on their usage. Why? Because basically when we use them, they are going to be in violation or the risk of violating the main principles of international laws, mainly the principle of distinction, proportionality, and accordingly the principles of accountability. When we use or deploy autonomous weapon system, we need to look at how the military advantage, okay, is weighted against collateral damage. Yes, arguably the usage of artificial intelligence and using autonomous weapon systems should be more precise and should reduce damage. However, the fact that there are instances where there is collateral damage in the result of the usage of artificial intelligence shows that the machines, in some cases, they are not capable of having or grasping contextual shifts okay, in the same way the humans do. And therefore, they are not capable sometimes in making a distinction between a civilian, a combatant, or a military object.
Right.
And therefore, and this takes us to the accountability part, which is when you deploy or when you delegate decisions to a machine, it's going to be very hard to hold a responsibility or accountability to a human decision making because they are away from or distant from where the decision was taken.
Right. I want to get your thoughts on one other important aspect of the future of defense and war, and that has to do with chips, semiconductor chips. One significant news development in the last week is TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, which basically supplies half the world's chips. They've built a big manufacturing plant in China because of the escalating tensions between China and Taiwan, and the world is worried because Taiwan is the source of chips for half of the world, and TSMC counts Apple, Nvidia as some of its biggest clients. So again, what role are chips going to play, advanced tech chips, in this role, and what will this mean, the escalating tensions between China and Taiwan, because China is also very hungry for chips. In fact, I read a report that said China is perhaps spending more on importing chips than oil. So if they wrest control, or God forbid if they manage to invade, then the world's biggest source of chips is going to be with China.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say something before I make a comment. I learned English by myself from Hollywood movies called Beverly Hills Cop 1. So my English skill is not so good.
A round of applause for that. You speak very good English.
I do my best effort, so thank you very much. Without
I wish we could learn Japanese the same way, but it's a very difficult language.
Without the cunning paper. Okay. So my AI is going to answer your question. Okay. So first of all, I think don't you think Ukraine is very, lost lots of lives and lose their homes? So I pray condolences to the Ukraine people, of course. And also Israeli former prime minister is here. And October 7th, never forget the terrorist attack, Hamas attack, innocent citizens in Israel. And you think this is also pray for their soul and safely back the soldiers to their home, and the kidnapped adoptees have to go to home. We pray. Remind Hong Kong. Remember in Hong Kong? When Hong Kong was, unification, every leaders of the world, democratic nations, everybody said, protect Hong Kong, protect Hong Kong. But the results, what the results? The Hong Kong is already one politics, one Communist Party control. There is no more democracy. After the pandemic, what you have learned, what we have learned, we are actually already inside of the World War III. Ukraine situation, Israeli situation is not only them, it's our situation. China, as Dr. De Carlos, sounds like communist from Cuba, but the democratist from the Philippines, the De Carlos said the right thing. I really agree because of the neighbor of the Taiwan. Taiwan and Okinawa prefecture of Japan is only 140 kilometer distance. Very close. If once Chinese PLA attack Taiwan, we, the country, is going to crazy. And also, the Middle East people delivering the oil to our country, 90% of oil through Bassi Strait, which is Taiwan Strait. 60% of gas from Indonesia or South, East, West Asia. 60% coming through the Taiwan. The economy, which your profession is also getting to the crazy price. So how we can manage? How we can control the chips, not the potato chips, but the chips. This is also important because it affects to all the world nations. So And also one more, I'd like to add, Dr. De Carlos. What I'd like to add is China is not isolated. China has a new axis of evil countries called Russia, called Iran, called North Korea, and China. So they have a friend. They are collaborating. We didn't speak about the satellite issue, but if the US satellite, you count the satellite at night, the beautiful sky, China-Russia collaboration, satellite numbers. So how are we going to manage and manage the supply chain of those democratic nations' power getting to become unite? This is the most important thing as a Japanese former State Minister of Defense thinking right now. If I'm Prime Minister near future, I will prepare for all the new axis of evil countries. We have to think more deeply. Otherwise, there is no peace. Peace, there is a word. Ghost, always the word is over there. But nobody grab the peace and ghost. But peace is not for the losers. Peace, the word, is only for the winners.
That's a great point.
Thank you.
I want to get your thoughts, Professor. India is still not there when it comes to making chips, but chip is the new oil or gold or whatever you want to call it. NVIDIA this week became the most valued company. People called it the hottest stock. Where is India when it comes to the global race for chips?
You rightly pointed out that India is not started that journey in the chips manufacturing, basically. And presently, the government thrust is on this direction. Already, people have started collaborating, and we are working for that we should develop the indigenous chips. Basically, that is the hardcore technology, so that we can implant our own instruction indigenously, so that there should not be any control from the outside. That is
right,
number
and
one.
Pentagon, in fact, this week is talking about using AI models.
Exactly. The other thing is that although in the chips manufacturing field, we are lacking basically. We are lagging, I can say. We are just starting our journey. But the other aspect, as I said, is the simulation. Regarding the control through the softwares, basically, India has an advantage there. And advantage in terms of human resource. We have a very strong manpower support. Those who can deal with coding and deal with the software manufacturing, how to control that drones or how to control that is through soft skill basically. From that perspective, we have the edge. The other thing is that in this journey of the AI, basically, it is just started, basically, in a decade or something back. And right now, we have all that kind of manpower. We can go in that direction so that we can be a leader in that way. We can design the software, we can design the coding, how to control that one. That is number one. But the other thing is that the difficulty regarding with the hardware aspect is that we know there are multiple kind of autonomous weapons. It is not like that a single plane or something like that. It can be at the same time, it can be hundreds of the drones attack, and dealing each as an independent target, that is a very difficult thing. So from that perspective, it has to be dealt in a manner that through the software control itself, where the source from it is getting the signal, that can be hacked or that can be disrupted, then the whole lot of the bunch of the drones, that can be stopped. That is the thing. And the other aspect, what I feel that the difficulty in terms of the Frankenstein aspect, I can say that if we will too much empower or too much depends upon the AI, so I am foreseeing that also it can be whatsoever we see in the movies, it is not very far. That the AI started thinking itself and they can manipulate, they can design it, and it might be possible they can again attack the perpetrator itself.
Artificial general intelligence, as they say, where they begin
that
to
is also,
reason
that's why
and
I
make
always
decisions.
talk, the regulation is a very important aspect. We have to foresee all these things, and at this stage itself, the major players, major countries should sit together and they should regularize it, what should be done, what should be legal, where we can go up to what extent, where is the boundaries, these things we have to deal with.
Right. Two interesting things that happened from a tech perspective in the Ukraine-Russia war. One was how Elon Musk's Starlink actually helped Ukraine with internet connectivity first, and I think then he refused to allow it to launch a surprise attack on Russian forces in Crimea. Then you also had Apple and Microsoft who severed ties with Russia. Now, this raised multiple questions on whether the world is too dependent on US companies for advanced tech. The only other alternative is China. So, is there scope here for a third power? What role can India play? Because there's a large pool of technology talent, there's a large pool of chip designers. So what role can India play when it comes to building advanced tech in defense?
Thank you for mentioning Elon Musk. I'm very active on Twitter. And quite frankly, in the beginning of the war, Elon Musk was an inspiration, was a hugely positive factor when he tweeted, I am hugely pro-Ukraine and Starlinks being already sent your direction. That was just the shot in the arm that we needed. And indeed, Starlink was huge, big influence in the first stage of the war. Still is. Unfortunately, Russians have access to Starlink as well right now too. But I'm a specialist not only on artificial intelligence but also on natural stupidity. Therefore, and this is where Elon Musk unfortunately has to be mentioned too. Because for just 3 weeks ago, there was this huge news about Germans discovering some huge bot farms on Twitter that were trying to influence via AI, to influence the German domestic politics. And I had a lengthy conversation with German diplomats who discovered that. And I looked at this information war. That hasn't been discovered and hasn't been declared, but is being conducted through these new technologies. My God, they do sound human already, these bots and these trolls. It does, these texts, their tweets, they do read human. And unfortunately, they look robotic still, because when someone who follows nobody and who is followed by 2 people gets 5,000 retweets, people understand something is fishy there. But here is another sphere where AI is being weaponized and being used as a weapon. And here is where India can play a positive role, because India has the brain. India has the intellect, and here India has this long tradition of doing the right moral choices. India has this moral compass. And quite frankly, earlier during this conference, when we saw this video of your Prime Minister hugging a certain man from the Kremlin, who I don't want to mention here, and about India trying to walk this delicate diplomatic line between America and Russia, some choices are not geopolitical, some choices are moral. We used to be a crown jewel of someone's empire too. And the difference between you, India, and us is that your empire came to its senses, whereas our empire went batshit crazy. And they are dragging us back into their new Russian empire. So we need you, India, with us. We need you, India, to make the right moral choice. Don't just walk the delicate diplomatic line. You need to take a side here, and I hope you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Well, there are different ways in which India is helping Ukraine. It can't just be on one thing, but I think that's a discussion for a different day. But, I want to get your view on one other aspect that the professor and everyone has been talking about, which is a global consensus on regulating AI, or even talking about how AI can be used in war. Now, there are so many differences between the global north and the global south. Can there ever be a consensus on this? I mean, even the positions that these countries take in wars are so different. So how are we going to achieve that consensus on how to use or not use AI? And I remember Sam Altman came up with an interesting point. He said, just like how we have an International Atomic Energy Agency, we should have one agency to track how compute resources are used in the world.
That's very difficult to happen, I would say. It's very difficult to reach a consensus regarding the use of AI. It's very difficult to regulate AI. And at the same time, it's difficult to completely ban or restrict their usage. Okay? As I mentioned, there are several constraints when it comes to the use of AI in order to be regulated and in a matter that it's going to be applicable, or we can place it in the existing international regime that we have for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. It will be in violation of all the principles that they are going to put in place. And here states, they have an option, which is they need to start working on steering an international or regional framework where they can govern the use of autonomous weapons system, where they can find a way or explore a way of how to place them within the existing international regime. And this is going to be difficult because of the very strong commercial, security, and geostrategic incentives underpinning the industry itself of artificial intelligence and the autonomous weapons system in their usage, in their delivery, okay, and in the sale itself. So restraining it or banning it is going to be very difficult. So I don't see this is happening because a lot of states, they are benefiting from leaving it without a regulation, okay? Because if you regulate it, basically you will ban it. And at the same time, it's beneficial. And it has a commercial incentive for companies. And it has a security incentive for states. Now there is the utilization of the autonomous weapons system by non-state actors actually poses a huge threat to states, which actually makes them want to invest more in advancing their military technology and in acquiring drones, regardless of the collateral damage that's going to have. Yes, there are risks and huge ethical risks, as I mentioned earlier, the civilian casualties, but at the end of the day, I don't see a regulation coming, unfortunately.
Right. We have just 50 seconds. So final thoughts from you, Yesu, and the professor on, should every country have its own sovereign AI model for defense? Will that help? Should every country invest more in AI, in defense? Will that help?
Yes, of course. Not just attacking, but for protection. And also, without AI capability, I think we cannot fight the 21st century warfare. On the other hand, there is no more room called neutral. There is only autocracy and democracy. And the third world war should choose which side you are in. So this is very important. And I also belong to executive board of Boston Global Forum. So please see the homepage because of the time running out. Sorry. Arigato. My opinion there. Sorry. Thank you.
Yes.
I will just like to add that the best part is that as a India, we have the real intelligence rather than the artificial intelligence. And that can control, manipulate, and do everything. That is the best part for India.
Right. On that note, thank you very much for your insights, and thank you for being a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our panelists. May I just request you to stay here for a second? We're going to honor each of our panelists with a memento. Thank you to all of our panelists for that very invigorating session. Our penultimate session of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, is on defense diversification. In a shifting global order, how can India diversify its defense relationships? How can it navigate between old allies, as we've discussed, and new partners? Let's take a deep dive into all of these changing dynamics with this short presentation.
Geopolitical truths are changing. In the last century, alliances were the key to relevance, a guarantee of security. But today, countries seek options. India is leading that change as a middle power. While buying arms from Russia, India remains a key Western partner. While attending the G7 as a guest, India keeps buying Russian oil. It's a balancing act that India has perfected. A policy that offers dynamism and security. Could this be a strategy for the global south? Will it help India tackle the threat of a belligerent China?
On this panel, we are being joined by Dr. Vivek Lal. Dr. Vivek Lal is the Chief Executive of General Atomics Global Corporation, the company that makes the MQ-9B Predator drones being acquired by India. Dr. Nidhi Bansal is Scientist G and the Director of the Technology Development Fund at the DRDO, Ministry of Defense. In years of service, she has had vast experience in fields of CFD, thermal mechanics, and electronic cooling. Dr. Subrata Rokit is Distinguished Scientist and Director General for System Analysis and Modeling, as well as Technology Management at the DRDO. He is also the Director for Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. Manoj Jain is the Director R&D of Navratna Defence PSU Bharat Electronic Limited. In his career, spanning over 3 decades, he has served tremendously in the research and development sector. Moderating this session is Vikram J. Singh. He is a senior advisor at the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum and to the Asia program at the US Institute of Peace. He's been a leader of innovation in public policy and global affairs at the US Department of Defense.
Mine and not someone else's. Good evening, everybody, and thank you. So great to see such a big crowd still here, and thank you to all the panelists for joining us. This is a really fascinating session because as India modernizes its defense capabilities, it is using its long-standing practice of having many friends and partners as a key enabler of that modernization. India is developing technology indigenously, and India is developing technology in partnership with a range of actors from around the world, including partners who, of course, are not getting along with each other at all right now. So we have a terrific crowd here of technical experts who are going to tell us what that looks like from India's standpoint. So Dr. Rakshit, I really want to start with you. Let us understand how India's efforts to really indigenize and modernize its defense capabilities work with its network of friendships around the world.
Thank you, and thanks to the organizers. It's been a pleasure to be here. And in many ways, for many of us to say our side of the story, which is a rare opportunity. I like the way the question has been put because it actually gets to the crux of it. That you would think that either you're indigenizing or you're dependent on outside and hence you want a whole bunch of partners. It actually works together. When you're doing an indigenization program from India's perspective, we need to have long-term relationships and dependable, trusted relationships because these things are not just one-off acquisitions. They would require a certain time period for it to fructify. Now,
Once upon a time in the non-alignment case, we did this diversification purely for a balancing point of view. Now it's important to understand that, as our EAM said, there's a re-globalization imperative coming in. If we want to have a whole bunch of trusted, reliable partners, we would need to ensure that in today's world, we would always have one of these suppliers available to us. In the past, two things happened. We thought we had good relations with someone and they were okay to be helping us, but a sudden crisis, a sudden division of the world into this camp, that camp, and you suddenly find that somebody is not so willing to supply us anymore. Or maybe a partner was willing to supply, but because of a crisis that has hit them, obviously they have to put their survival before helping us, and so that supply chain dried up. So it's very clear that going forward, we need to have a diversity just to allow for the different states the world might end up in the future. One friend giving it is not going to be enough, so it's an imperative for us to get in there. And it actually may be driven by the diplomacy. It tends to have very deep technical impacts. Because if you are going to be getting from different people, you need to have the ability subsequently as a country to put Humpty Dumpty together again. As was brought out by the army chief, services integration is an ongoing activity. It means that whatever you are buying today, you might need to put them together and make the systems talk to each other in many different ways. So how do you deal with that challenge if your supply chain is so diversified? And that's something that the Indian technical community would have to rise up and address. And that is where a modicum of indigenization helps, even in those cases where it may not be perfect. As the Raksha Mantri brought out, there's a short-term risk. But it's still necessary to mitigate the risk at least partially if we want to pull off this strategy of a diversified external linkage. Last but not the least, people tend to jump to the conclusion it's all about having a diversified inflow of systems coming into India. The diversification is as much on the outflow. So as was emphasized again by the Raksha Mantri, exports is an imperative. As was brought out by the Secretary of DRDO, that your status and your capability of export tend to have an interplay. So we also have to think that how do we go around exporting these systems in a safe way, that it should not tomorrow get us into problem. The systems we are exporting can meet multiple compliances in multiple places. So these are big challenges that the technical community is facing, and I think in the course of the various panelists you will get different flavors of it. And specifically, I think a very interesting case is the increasing depth of our relationships with United States, where instead of just an acquisition, we still have acquisition, but we have it all the way going down to basic science and technology cooperation. So even in one specific relationship, we are now seeing a diversity like we've never seen before. So I think all these aspects, I will not take up all the time. I think all the speakers have their own perspectives to add. So
Well,
this is the top view I could give.
You've set us up very nicely, because what we've now touched on is the old partnership, the old friendships and the new partnerships, the innovation that's happening at home, the innovation that's happening with these partnerships, but then also you've touched on the fact that India, while we often are talking about how India is managing all of the partnerships and what's coming into India, as it becomes an export power, it has to figure out how to manage its own relationships with those countries that will be receiving Indian technology, which gets even more complicated. So tech transfer is not just something that's restricting what India can get. Tech transfer is something India has to think about going out. And you ended with the United States and the fact that U.S. partners are involved in integrating technology at every stage, which is too good of a transition over to Vivek Lal, because General Atomics is actually doing that. So Vivek, just over to you about how, as an American defense prime, as an OEM, how you guys are approaching India with the opportunities it presents and how you fit into this complex ecosystem that India is using.
Thanks, Vikram. Excellent question. I first want to congratulate Palki and her team for an excellent summit and very kind invitation to this forum and such excellent speakers. So to answer your question, and as was brought out, the U.S.-India defense relationship has really progressed. I mean, there have been the foundational agreements that have been put in place. There have been various programs like ISET that have been launched. IndusX has been launched. Now, these allow for much deeper level interactions, not just from a government-to-government perspective, but also from a business-to-business perspective, and not just OEM to OEM, but indeed in the Tier 2, Tier 3. And what's most exciting for me is with Startup India. So we have partnered with 2 Indian startups, and 114AI and Third Eye Tech, and both are extremely technically competitive worldwide. And so it's not just about us being mentors and them being mentees, but it's about actually working at the same level and some of their products eventually making it onto our platforms. So that was not possible several years ago, and it's really the leadership of the Prime Minister Modi and President Biden and both the NSAs that have launched some of this that has seen a huge catalyst in this relationship.
So even before a platform has been sold, you're integrating Indian deep tech, or your engineers are working with them to bring their capabilities into your platforms.
Yeah, we're working for the last year and a half, 2 years on that.
So that means you'll potentially be, India's in the process of acquiring the MQ-9 from General Atomics. It may come with Indian technology on it or being integrated on it when it comes. And Manoj, I think technology integration across all of these different platforms from all of these different places, technology from Israel, from France, from the United States, and of course from Russia, is something you confront every single day and have throughout your career. So maybe you can tell us how does India handle this, and how does Indian industry manage and benefit from this complex ecosystem?
Yeah, so basically we are talking about national integration, but in technology perspective it is called international integration. So international technologies are there, international different countries, platforms are there, and each platform is unique. They have something good. What we need for any program, like an Indian program, we require, let us say, we require MQ-9B also, but we have to integrate with our own indigenous system. So how to integrate those type of things, how to pick the best, which is required for that specific role, and how to integrate that. So that integration itself is a technology in itself. And that technology we have developed over a period of time. Indian industry has developed period of time. And Bell, of course, was pioneer in that, because from day one, we started our journey with Russian equipments, and technology-wise, Israelis, US, UK, Europe, any country in the world, because every country has some unique electronic products. So electronic integration or platform integration with the best of electronics is the need of the day, and that technological experience, it comes based on, again, experience only. So more and more you take some particular product or some particular platform from some country and try to integrate, lot of challenges are there. But in the challenge only, opportunities are there. And over a period of time, I think we have mastered over that. And that's why like MQ-9B is coming to India. We are not thinking of any real challenge for integrating it with other Indian platforms. So some of the buyer-nominated equipments we are already talking to, like General Atomics, how to handle them, how to have MRO for them, and how to seamlessly integrate them right when it comes to India. So those type of strategies are there for various platforms which are coming from Russian origin or which are coming from European origin, whether it is Airbus, that C295 type of program, how we are going to integrate that, how we are manufacturing in India by Tata Consortium type of thing, or how we are going to add our own electronics in those platforms. Challenges were there, challenges are there, but a lot of standardization is happening, a lot of technological advancements are happening, which makes the life today a bit more easier. And that's why there only the opportunity for indigenization also is there. Once we have this mix and match of different technologies coming from different countries, we can add or delete our own technology also in a much more easier way, especially in the name of upgrades, because we have to keep on upgrading this technology or these platforms. So at the time of upgrade, we add our own technology, or in the name of integration, like C4I integration, when these complex platforms has to be integrated. So that technology, definitely we have homegrown technology now for C4I. So this type of a diverse platform, integrating and giving a cohesive picture or a situation awareness type of thing. Across India, we have developed that ecosystem. Definitely Bell has taken lead because Bell was established in 1954 itself for this self-reliance in this domain. But a lot of private companies have come up very well, and academia and startups. And especially the startups have come in a big way to help controlling this niche technology or this niche integration of the technologies also. That is in brief what I wanted to say.
So okay, that's great. There's about 3 things I want to come back to there. But first, Dr. Bansal, I want to go to when the startup's contribution to indigenization. The startup ecosystem in India is now the third and may even be the second largest in the world. And quite a bit of that is now starting to show up in defense, in space, in deep technology areas, and sensors, in areas that maybe not the consumer tech that got it going, and the software as a services that got technology innovation really going here. You are in charge of one of the most innovative programs in the ministry, which is to basically invest in and partner with these startups and get them going, and also to work on indigenization. So, for example, when you have trouble with supply and you have to rapidly try to indigenize in order to fill any holes that you might have. So, I just love to hear about that whole range of activity that you're leading.
First of all, would like to thank the organizers for inviting us here. Yes, the Technology Development Fund scheme that you were referring to is a Government of India initiative, and it is being driven by DRDO, where we are funding the MSMEs and startups for not only indigenization, but also for blue sky research. There's a whole lot of push from Government of India on this, and we have given almost 70 projects, and many of them are towards the indigenization, but also a few of them are blue sky research, like I talked about, the disruptive technologies. And yes, startups are playing a big role in that. So how this scheme is different from other schemes that we have in the ministry or with the government is that many of the other schemes are looking at the market discovery. There, this time to the market is lessened by seeing what is already available in the market and trying to fit that into the military requirements. Whereas in TDF, what we are trying to do is we are trying to do the complete R&D to bring in the technology in the country. And that is where the difference is. The startups and MSMEs have shown a lot of positive sentiments towards this, and because of that, the scheme, when it was conceptualized, it was for 10 crore per project, which is now gone up to 50 crore per project, where the 90% of the funding, the lion's share, is being given by the government, and that is, I think, a huge incentive for the startups. We are seeing a lot of new startups coming up, the whole ecosystem expanding because of that. And that is a very positive sign that we are seeing the youngsters, the innovators who are coming and joining us in this march towards, I should say, the self-reliance. And I'm very hopeful that we should be making good progress in that.
I want to do a little bit of a public awareness raising around the fund. Could you tell us when they partner with you, because hopefully there's lots and lots of startup founders watching this show, when they partner with you, what happens? How do they handle IP? What does their business look like? What is the stake that the state is taking in the company? Is it like an equity investment, or is it an IP play? How does that work?
No. So the best part about this scheme is that it is a non-dilutive scheme. We do not take any equity from the startups or the MSMEs. The IP is a joint IP. where the government has a march-in rights in case there is a national requirement. But otherwise, the startups and the MSMEs, they can work on the variants. They can also, if it's a dual-use kind of a technology, they can also look at exporting them. And, it's kind of return on investment for us is the kind of foreign exchange that will be earning for the country. And yes, we do not take any equity, and it's not as a debt. We don't even ask for the money back from them.
So that's something that you should be looking into if you're doing defense technology for sure. Dr. Rakshit, I want to go back to you and dig a little bit more onto what Manoj ended with, which was about the export issue. So talk to me about the partners and the export issues. Now, of course, if you're using technology from one partner, plus indigenous technology, plus exporting, that could get pretty complicated pretty quickly.
That's the stuff we like the best. So, yes, when it comes to the export side of things, even before getting into the IPR issues, which are handled more at a government or at the legal department level, there's also the question of what would be a fair restriction or control to put on any technology item being exported. For sure, if you are doing an export right now, you are having a friendly relationship with a country, there has to be an element of caution that nothing lasts forever and the relationship might also change. So it is a fair ask that as the source providing it, we keep something back for our services. So yes, there might be some variants or some features which we have in the indigenous variety for the Indian services which we may not put on the table. At the same time, so long as I think we are transparent about it and we are upfront about it and there's no, somebody thought they were getting X but they get Y instead kind of thing. So, I mean, professionally it is being dealt with. And all it does is at the technical level, it puts a further incremental load on the design. Because if you did not design for that kind of decoupling and reconfiguration, it cannot be that once you suddenly succeeded, you suddenly realize that now I need a variant for export. And I mean, either it's an all or nothing kind of thing. So we are getting into that game and we are getting increasingly better at it. Certainly we've had a tutorial in how to do this from all the imports and the negotiations with respect to offsets and everything else that the Indian scientists have had to deal with. Because eventually it comes to the tech domain for these kinds of resolutions. And also this business of standards. See, standards are great. They allow for interoperability. They allow for the growth of a sector. Now, standards in the civilian domain can be completely open in terms of the best practices and in terms of codifying an interchange and saying where we no longer want any tinkering, this is what it is. So that part nobody tinkers with, everywhere else is the innovation. In the case of military standards, we still have this holdover from the fact that we have certain blocks. I mean, the archetypical one would be NATO and Warsaw, but even otherwise. So sometimes standards are partially open, but there are certain critical parts which are kept closed for the originating body of that standard. And all that it means is that you may not be able to upfront get a compatibility and you might have to do your own design thinking to fill in that component. So they are very much doable tasks. What all of this is also bringing out, that in the days gone by, say that 20th century, you would have worried very much about your production capacity. That once you went into production for achieving a certain orbit or meeting the ward losses during an engagement, you needed to have a certain production capacity. Now you need to have the design capacity to deal with all these innovations changing, and suddenly, as we were talking about, there is something called an emergency acquisition provision. At that time in an emergency, you might suddenly want to figure out how I take something from country X and make it work with our system or somebody else's. So the agility to continue the design process into an engagement, and especially if it's a unexpectedly long drawn out engagement as we have seen the world over. In all of those cases, whether it was the US, the NATO, the Russians, they have all had to actually run a design, development, debug, deploy and learn cycle in the middle of a shooting war.
I mean, in the case of Americans, it was never a hot war in America, but for the rest of them, it was actually the war was on their head. And still, that has been happening. So we need to invest a lot more into our capacity in the research and design space to win that kind of engagements in future. So that's where we are.
I mean, that's the last panel, the killer robots panel. It's hard to match that, but they were talking a lot about the innovation on the battlefield in the last panel, Starlink in Ukraine and things like that. Of course, a lot of that has included loitering munitions, new drones, new unmanned platforms. Actually, Dr. Bansal, I want to go back to you just because on the innovation front, when you're talking about that, rapidly innovating in response to real-time developments, real-time conflicts, whether it's your LAC with facing the Chinese, or whether it's looking at what's happening in Ukraine or somewhere else, or with the Houthis in the Red Sea, where India has also been pitching in to help ships that are coming under pressure. How do you see the tools of the Indian government being positioned to help stimulate or drive that kind of innovation?
So like I said earlier, that we have different schemes with the government of India. Some of the schemes, like there's one IDEX, which is being run by, again, Ministry of Defense. There's the other department which is looking at. They are looking at the market discovery and the innovation and the things, something that can be procured right away and maybe, made to suit the military requirements. Whereas we are looking at more deeper things, and especially the ones where we have a single source of supply. We are trying to not be dependent completely on those supply chain and want to have domestic supply chain built around those projects. And we are also looking at the bigger platforms that are being done in the country, be it LCA or be it the future aircraft, where there is a lot of LRUs which are being imported. We are trying to see if we can indigenize most of them, so that the indigenization content and the dependence on the outside country for getting this, because we've been seeing a lot of disruption in the supply chain. And that is the reason that you do not really want that when you want it the most, you do not get it. So if you have your own capacity and the capability in the country, perhaps you will be a little bit more self-reliant on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vivek, what Dr. Bansal just described is a lot. It sort of sounds like big companies are doing things in a similar way to what the governments are doing. Can you just talk a little bit about your adaptation, how you guys are looking at, you get products, you want them to be sold for 20 years and sustained for 40 years, but how do the rapid changes we're seeing in real warfare affect what you guys are doing as a company?
Yeah, so that's exactly right. The cycle time for design, development, maintenance, repair, overhaul, everything is shrinking. And so in this world, one has to be very nimble and very forward-looking in terms of what's coming down the pike in a few years and staying on top of it. Now, no one country has a lock on the best ideas, and that is why collaboration is so important. And in the aerospace and defense world, there has to be collaboration. There has to be synergies between various segments of the technology, and being able to predict that ahead of time and get investing in it. And one thing I may want to bring out on the investment side is the people resource, the human resources. I mean, to be able to get the trained workforce, the high-tech workforce, I think that will be the differentiator between nations that are able to innovate and get their folks into the right segments, because there are multiple choices for kids that are coming out of schools and colleges, etc. But to have a focused program to make sure that the talent levels are up and running is very important.
Can we talk about the talent a little bit? How India has got half of, it almost feels like half of the world's young people live in India. I think it's about 50% under the age of 26. But maybe we'll start, Manoj, and then Dr. Rakshit will go to you to talk about what that capacity looks like and what it means, and then we'll do a quick down the line, and we'll be wrapping.
Okay. So in India, talent is not an issue. Indians are talented persons. We have to only mold them or give them a right environment, right infrastructure to do these type of developments. Like for AI development is very easy now. It's a NVIDIA one small card available on a laptop given to young engineer, and we have largest number of IT professionals. You just give them the idea, this is the platform for them, and this is the input data set. Once these two you give, remaining thing you leave it to them, they can develop great technologies, whether it is AI related or whether it is defense, use of AI, etc. Some domain knowledge only is required, which has to be given by DRDO or industry to them, and we can tap the real potential of them. Whether they are working in academia or whether they are working in the startup, it doesn't matter. The talent is there with them. We have to only give them this type of a right domain knowledge, domain environment for them to develop great technologies.
And then the partnership piece of talent is major too. I mean, many of your best engineers have gone overseas for education, come back. There's a lot of efforts to foster more cooperation with the same cast of partners around the world for that, for basic R&D, for education, and even now for testing. They've announced, the US and India announced a testing consortium to work on testing technology together. So Dr. Rakshit, what about the international side of workforce and talent development?
So a couple of things. One is, as was being emphasized by the minister in the beginning, that there is a trade-off between short-term risks and long-term gains. So you want to prepare for a war and to be sure that therefore you don't have to fight it. The challenge of our times is that if you take an all-out resource commitment for doing that, you're going to lose the peace. So the issue is you want to prepare for war in such a way that you are continuously winning the peace but ready to also win the war. That means that your investments have to be diversified. So you are getting into, well, the minister mentioned a whole bunch of things, but I will just focus on the tech sector. You still need to invest in deep science and deep tech. On top of that, you want to have the actually system engineering and production capacities in place. And on top of it, you should have a vast army of innovators who can keep making the small changes necessary to adapt to real-time evolutions of battlefields. That presents the enemy with a huge uncertainty actually when the fighting happens. At the same time, most of our investment is in a space which can anyway power our economy and culture while we are at it. So you do want to be able to have that. One thing is that you don't win by playing to your adversary's strength, you want to play to your own. The advantage we have is that as all of this happens, life keeps getting more and more complicated. The standards get complicated, the rate at which technology is changing are getting complicated, the linkages between things are complicated. And that's where culturally we have an advantage. We have always been a very complicated society. So the issue is not so much that if you did a physical level IQ test, we would necessarily beat everybody else. But in our daily lives, we are used to having to use a lot of our brain to deal with the complexity of our daily lives. So I feel that is where we would have an advantage. So even if you throw a dauntingly complex compliance requirement on a company, the number of companies in India who could actually rise up and get that certification would actually be surprisingly high.
Well, it's a very exciting. We are out of time. That's an exciting way to end because it shows all the potential. But it is also, we've also highlighted the complexity, and I don't think it's going to get any easier. It's going to require a lot of trust and goodwill for all these partnerships to really work, and for India to leverage its unique approach to building its indigenous capabilities and its national security. And thank you all for joining us, and thank you all for sticking with us through the evening. Let's give them a hand.
Thank you. Can I request you to stay on stage? Mr. Singh, sir, could I request you to honor the panelists? Thank you to all of our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, on now to our final session of the night. We wanted to end tonight on a future-forward note, so we asked former heads of states to join us for this next last discussion. What is the road ahead for all of us today? In a world embroiled in multiple conflicts, is the era of America's global leadership over? And lastly, as India rises on the global stage, how can we help maneuver the complexities of a multipolar world? Ladies and gentlemen, take a look.
War is ripping the world apart again. Airstrikes and mass graves are back in the news. Nuclear powers are on the battlefield. It's a tense time for the international community. In the US, Donald Trump is leading an isolationist campaign. His foreign policy rhetoric has spooked allies in Europe. In Asia, conflict is brewing. China's belligerence has turned the South China Sea into a powder keg. And in Africa, military juntas are on the march. Has the peace dividend of the last century ended? Can India's balancing diplomacy be the answer to modern conflicts?
In this session, we are being joined by Ehud Olmert. Ehud Olmert is the former Prime Minister of Israel. He led the country during the 2006 war with Lebanon. He has also been elected twice as the mayor of Jerusalem. Jumart Oturbayev is the former Prime Minister of the Kyrgyz Republic. He has also worked as a senior policy advisor in the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Moderating this session is Palki Sharma, the managing editor of Firstpost.
Thank you. Through the day, we've discussed how to prepare our countries better for the wars that will follow. I think it's only fair that we end the evening by discussing how to prevent those wars in the first place and how to end the ones that are already on. Gentlemen, it's very nice to have both of you, and we hope you can share the wealth of your experience with our audience here and those who are watching us online. Let me start with you, Mr. Oturbayev. A lot of people talk about the peace dividend, how countries can make the most of the peace that follows long wars. And after the 20th century, after the end of the Cold War, we thought the world had a shot at it. But the last few years, the kind of developments that we've seen have shattered that belief. Would you say the peace dividend is over?
First of all, my congratulations with excellent organization and level of participants bring this conference to complete success. I personally learn a lot. It's quite an interesting subject. On the issue which you raised about conflicts, I would like to make a cite of the great philosopher Franz Kafka, who said famously that all talks are meaningless if there's a lack of trust. So we all have to think what we have to do early in the morning, standing up, how to contribute on building trust everywhere, in our family, in our nation, with our neighbors, all over the world. Little step by step, trying to build trust. Very difficult, absolutely, but we live in a very small planet, which can be destroyed very easily for many times. So my advice that we must do everything, every day, to try to build trust in all over the world.
That's very sound advice, I would say, and I will come to the point of trust and how we can build it. But let me ask this to Mr. Ehud Olmert as well. Israel was on the brink of that dividend. You know, we've seen the Abraham Accords and the normalization deals that Israel signed with various Arab countries. And then on October 7th last year, you saw the Hamas attack. And it seems to have shattered the peace dividend that Israel could have reaped after all these years of conflict. Do you think that you still have a shot at making those relationships work?
I join in with Prime Minister thanking you for inviting us and for providing us with an opportunity to learn a little bit about the horizons of one of the most important powers in the world today, which we are not necessarily familiar with on a daily basis, in where we live and we have to tackle with our problems. I think that I want to support the Prime Minister in saying that trust is very important. Trust is fundamental. Trust is the beginning. We missed an opportunity as a result, of course, of the vicious attack of the Hamas, which was unsolicited. There was no confrontation, no exchange of hostilities or violence in the border. And in fact, as you probably all know, in already 2005, I was privileged to be a vice prime minister in the Israeli government, which pulled out completely from Gaza. So we pulled out completely from Gaza. We don't occupy 1 centimeter in Gaza. It's different in the West Bank. It's a different story. But in Gaza, we didn't occupy 1 centimeter. And the day after we pulled out, they already started to shoot rockets on Israeli townships across the border, and it didn't stop until the 7th of October, when Israel finally decided to counter-offensive in a very massive manner. In a very massive manner, there is no question about it. I think that there was an historic opportunity in 2008, beginning of 2009, to resolve the historical conflict between us and the Palestinians, which is the basis for everything that will develop in the Middle East. And this was when I presented, as the Prime Minister of Israel, to the President of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, or as he is known also as Abu Mazen, a peace plan on the basis of a two-state solution. This was presented to the Palestinians at the end of 2008, beginning of 2009, officially by the Prime Minister of the State of Israel on behalf of the State of Israel, and it was the maximum that then or since then or in any time in the future the Palestinians will be able to get within the framework of an agreement. It was a two-state solution on the basis of 67 borders, with Jerusalem, the Arab side of Jerusalem, as the capital of the Palestinian state, and also with the Holy Basin, which is where the most important and holy places for 3 religions, the Jewish Old City, and which is very important for us, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is very important for the Christians, and the Temple Mount, which is extremely important also because of the Al-Aqsa Mosque for the Muslims, would have been administered by an international trust of 5 nations without any exclusive political sovereignty for any country. Which means that Israel would have given up its exclusive sovereignty, which is existing now, for the sake of achieving an understanding about the sacred places for all the different religions. And the fourth thing was that the refugee issue, which was hanging over the skies of the Middle East for so many years, would have been resolved within the framework of the Arab League Peace Initiative, which was originally accepted by the Arabs by the Arab League in 2002, the 28th of November 2002, and was reconfirmed on the 28th of November 2007 in Riyadh. This was presented to the Palestinians. They failed to say yes. Since then, there were ongoing confrontations, and now we have this terrible event which has shaken the foundations of the Middle East. How can we achieve peace? We can achieve peace if the Israeli leadership, and I have to make it very obvious, okay, for the sake of transparency. I don't speak for the State of Israel. I'm not a spokesman of the Israeli government. And I guess some of you who are familiar with the news know that I'm not a supporter of the Israeli government. On the contrary, I'm in a very sharp opposition to the government. So I need to say, if the Israeli government will be willing to make the necessary compromises at the end of the day to allow the creation of a Palestinian state within a framework of an agreement between us and them, and if the Palestinians will have the courage and the leadership to come along. At the present time, the main obstacle for a comprehensive rearrangement of the entire Middle East is the lack of will on both sides.
Well, those are some very big ifs that you have pointed out, and you both mentioned trust, I think, or the lack of it that leads to conflict. I could add one more point, and that is politics, which sometimes becomes the enemy of peace. Even in the case of the conflict in West Asia. But if we were to talk about building trust, Mr. Otorbayev, who is going to build that trust? We set up, or the West set up, multilateral institutions like the United Nations to do that job. But increasingly, countries are not showing faith, and the UN is proving to be ineffective in resolving conflicts. Even in the case of Israel, Israel has questioned the impartiality of the United Nations. So who is going to be that party that builds trust?
Unfortunately, there are not good news on that question. We are facing the process of deglobalization, which started quite efficiently after collapse of Soviet Union and collapse of Berlin Wall. At that time, humanity have enormous chance to make our Earth as friendship between different nations. So we lost this chance. What's going on is that world is divided very sharply, every day, every week. What we see now is that so-called global South migrating out of the most important values of the Western civilization. Unfortunately, because I am personally is a Democrat, I like democracy. My country is a democratic country. But for some reasons, Western civilization were unable to attract the societies in the global South. So what's happening now that West remain isolating for very different reasons. Again, because there is no dialogue, there is no listening, people not listening, insisting on which model is better, etc. Emerging of China is a major element of deglobalization. So United States is quite jealous. They are losing the influence all the world. Europe, unfortunately, do not do nothing in terms of bringing at least Eurasian continent to the terms of friendship and cooperation. They're just listening what people in other part of Atlantic are saying. This is unfortunately. And then this conflict today is exactly 2 years ago when Russia started its military operation. I don't know either intentionally or not you settle this day for today. So it's completely ruining security architecture around the world. The security architecture, which was constructed after the Second World War, collapsed. Actually, the name of the game in so-called Russia-Ukrainian negotiations have to be converted into process of building new security elements. On that way, I believe everybody will save face. We need to talk about this conflict between Ukraine and Russia when everybody will save face only. Maybe this is valid for Israeli-Palestinian conflict. How to save face? Going around and talk about building new security architecture. No winners, no losers. We must reconsider in the 21st century what we should do jointly to build more fair world.
Well, that's another discussion altogether, because the countries that sit at the high table, that dictate the rules, will not give up that power. So I think we'll have to wait for some sort of reform. We talked about multilateral institutions like the United Nations. The other is American leadership, Mr. Olmert. And we've seen US leadership being questioned and challenged, and we've seen it failing in Gaza, in Afghanistan, in Ukraine. What do countries like Israel then do? Do they look for other allies, or do they wait for America to get its act together? And this is an America that is heading into an election with the possibility of Donald Trump being on the ballot, the man who talks about walking out of multilateral engagements. What option? I mean, who is going to reinforce or enforce that security apparatus?
I must say that you must have a great sense of humor, which I admire. You know, when you ask me whether America will put its act together, and immediately afterwards you say, and Donald Trump will become president of America. This is putting its act on reverse and endangering the stability of the entire world. So the first thing that I can wish for America is that if the choice is between Biden and Trump, you know, I think you all understand what is good for America. Good for America is to have someone who may not have necessarily all the energies that we expect from someone who is the President of the United States. But thank God he doesn't have the energies that the other one has. Anyway, I can't complain about America, on the contrary. I must say, I personally know Joe Biden very well. I've worked with him for a long time in different capacities of his and mine. And I think that he has manifested a remarkable degree of support for the State of Israel, but also support for what I think is essential, and this is an attempt to build up a new axis in the Middle East, which is comprised by the partners to the Abraham Accords, the Emirates, Israel, and Bahrain, and potentially Sudan and the other North African countries, and also the normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, that together with Egypt and with Jordan and with the Palestinian state will create a new, stable, strong partnership, together with America, of course, that will be very significant in the light or in the darkness of the endless attempts by Iran to upset the balance in our part of the world. So one can't really blame the American president for the lack of initiative. He started these efforts before October. I think what is absolutely clear at this point for all of the parties involved. And I think I can speak with a certain authority since I dealt with it all my political life. The enemy of peace in the Middle East at the present time are the radical Islamic forces. The Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, and the inspirators, which are the Iranians. So I think that strategically, the Western forces, led by the United States of America, with participation of the Europeans, and by the way, the Europeans and the British and the French and the Germans were very productive in the efforts that they made in the last few months together with America to, on the one side, to support the State of Israel and to oppose the radical forces Hamas and Jihad, and at the same time to try and create a certain momentum, towards a certain momentum, hopefully, that will require maybe some political pressures on Israel as well, to rid ourselves of the rage which has definitely influenced us for good reasons as a result of the atrocious attacks against us in October, in order to build up what we want, which is this new axis of the moderate Arab countries together with America and the State of Israel, which will make a big difference. So I don't think that one can say that America has failed completely. On the other hand, it is very difficult to run this new process when on the other side you have quite an aggressive and unfriendly Russian government and quite an aggressive Iranian radical government, and China, which is playing in order to make the most for China at the expense of all the stability that we are trying to achieve.
Mr. Otorbayev, let's talk about choices. The global system was founded on the belief that every country has the right to make a sovereign choice. But increasingly, we see that when countries make choices, it ends in a war. Ukraine chose the West, and Russia invaded. Israel chose normalization with Arab states, and Hamas attacked. So are countries making wrong choices? Or is the global system failing to guarantee their right to make that choice?
War existed in our planet all along the history. So you always can analyze the history and draw lessons from it. Nobody drawing lessons from the past. As Karl Marx used to say, the politics is expression of economic development. So one sort of countries getting more influential, and your country is getting more influential. Now we're talking about your own military-industrial complex, which is natural. And some neighbors said, no, this is not. You should not be militarized. So it's always will be disagreements in navigating to the of changing the world. If China would be the same as it was 40 years ago, there would not be deglobalization. Nobody would be introducing tariffs and import taxes and build military capacities. But that is happening. It's like elephant entering the elevator when few people already quite tense, and then elephant entering. What can you do with that? Elephant must also be going with you with elevator. So you have to negotiate. Let's do it step by step, whatever. So this economic development, reorganization of overall political economic landscape around the world is dictating disagreements between nations. My practical advice would be that we are also Asians, when I go into any country in Asia, any nation, I find a lot of similarities. Either it's Arabs, Japanese, Chinese, or Indians. We know, for example, when we enter in the room where we have to sit perfectly, right? So it's kind of Asian values. We can start building peace on our continent. It is possible. What we're having now, for instance, we had Indonesia, we have elections over there, democratic country, will face elections here, in India, then in many other places, in Russia, also part of, or biggest part of Russia is in Asian continent. So we can try to apply our common wisdom as Asian values to build certain peace in our continent. In about 20 years, more than 50% of world GDP will be produced in our continent. What does it mean? We become bigger and we become more powerful economically as well as politically. So somebody should say, okay, we will get you some kind of shares in voting, whatever. World Bank, IMF, they don't want us to enter to the board rooms, neither to China nor India. Strange, but what's happening that we will build our own institutions. So in that respect, changing of economic landscape of the world should be reflected in political reforms. But nobody is listening, as I started in the beginning. Everybody must learn out of their own mistakes.
Again, I have to say, very sound advice, not just for countries, for individuals as well. Mr. Olmert, you've seen different types of global order. Towards the end of the Cold War, you were a cabinet minister. During the period of American unilateralism, you were the Prime Minister of Israel. And now you're an observer when we have an emerging multipolar world. According to you, which was better or which is better for conflict resolution and containment? Having two superpowers, having one superpower, or having multiple powers?
This is a very complex issue. I remember that, interesting, in comparison to the present circumstances, I was talking with Vladimir Putin, and I complained about the Russian missiles in the Syrian border next door to our living rooms. And Mr. Putin looked at me and he said, "Well, Mr. Prime Minister, why are you so concerned? These are defensive missiles. If your planes will not be above Damascus, you will not meet my missiles." Somewhat later, I sat with him in Moscow, and he said to me, "What does your friend think?" Talking about George W. Bush. He thinks that he can put missiles in the Czech Republic's border with Russia, in the Polish border with Russia. These were countries part of the Warsaw Pact. Now he wants to put American missiles over there? So I must say, with a certain degree of arrogance, I looked at the president and I said, "Mr. Putin, why are you so concerned? These are defensive missiles. If your planes will not be above Warsaw or above Prague, you will not meet the missiles." But then the president said to me something which I never forgot. He said, "You tell your friend that Russia is a superpower and we can't be taken for granted." So now, you know, when you read about the most dramatic crisis in the history of the world since 1945, it was obviously the Cuban Missile Crisis, because then the world was almost on the verge of total destruction. And there were two leaders then, John Kennedy and Khrushchev, and now the books that you read 40 years, 50 years, when all the protocols are public, you understand that both of them understood well in advance that there must be some kind of an understanding in order to protect the stability and the existence of the world. And subsequently, after the solution of this crisis, they started the rounds of agreements between America and Russia about the reduction of production of nuclear missiles and so on and so forth. Now you ask me, what is the best possible solution? The best thing for the world is to have leaders who are responsible, emotionally balanced, and are working and living within the framework of a democratic system. Now, I don't know that I can say about the present situation, regardless of whether this is a two superpowers world or more divided, whether the leaders or the potential leaders of all the major powers meet these fundamental expectations that can make, on the basis of leadership, a more stable and a more secured world. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we would all love to listen to more stories and learn from your wisdom, but I think we are going to wrap this conversation. The takeaways for me are that for the world to have fewer conflicts and to resolve the current ones, we need to build trust, listen to each other, and learn from history. Thank you very much for joining us here, and a big round of applause for our speakers here. Thank you.
Can I request you to honor our panelists? Thank you. I'd now like to request Firstpost Managing Editor Palki Sharma to deliver the vote of thanks.
It's very good to see a packed hall at this hour, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw the curtains on this remarkable day, I stand before you filled with a deep sense of gratitude and appreciation. On behalf of Firstpost and the team here, I thank you all, each and every one of you who contributed to the success of the Firstpost Defence Summit. First and foremost, our sincere gratitude goes to our chief guest, the Honorable Defence Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh, whose presence not only gave us points to take this conversation forward, but also provided invaluable insights that enriched our discussions. Your leadership and vision for India's defense sector have truly inspired all of us. A special thank you to our moderators, who played a pivotal role in shaping the intellectual direction of our summit. Your expertise and dedication were instrumental in the success of today's event. To our distinguished speakers, panelists, and experts who shared their knowledge and experiences and perspectives on various aspects of defense, strategy, and security, We are immensely grateful to all of you. Your contributions have sparked meaningful conversations. They've laid the groundwork for future collaborations, and we will keep having this discussion in the months and years ahead. To the students, academics, industry professionals, and enthusiasts who have attended, your engagement has been the lifeblood of this summit. Thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience. Your participation is a testament to the collective desire to contribute and to shape the future of our nation's defense. And a big thank you to our associate partners, Bharat Electronics and the Naval Group, and our knowledge partners, Defense Research and Development Organization, or DRDO, Aeronautical Society of India, Vivekananda International Foundation, Technology Development Board, IIT Roorkee, and the United Service Institution of India. And also our on-ground partner, Vedanta Sterlite Copper, for your support. Thank you once again for being part of the Firstpost Defence Summit. We look forward to welcoming you in future events and continuing this journey together. Good evening and thank you to all.